Alright, welcome in. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Go ahead and let me know. Oh, stuff. I didn't put it on low latency. Oh, well, it'll be fine. So there's going to be a little bit of a delay, but let me know if you guys can hear me, and then we'll begin. And let me know how my mic audio is and all that. Oh, I can just unmute my own thing. Yeah, okay. So I have audio. We're good. El Gusto, Teen Sith, The Union Argus, Deuce Derek De Arimas, LJ Chapin, Mortis, Deuce, welcome all in. Glad that everybody is here. Thank you for joining me. It does mean a lot. So, yeah, just two timeline videos? Oh, yeah, Smoketown. I'm interested to see what he says and what kind of we agree and disagree on. So I'm looking forward to that as well. So, as you can tell, this timeline has some gaps on it because I just didn't economize my time well, and actually, I'm a little bit too much of a perfectionist, so I wanted things to, look how I wanted them to, so perfection comes at a price, and that is time. So this is not really complete, and there's really a ton to cover, obviously. I'll try to go through this and interact with chat. I'll try to read your guys' messages out. So if you're just listening and not looking, hopefully you can still follow along. And yeah, okay. Bloom, you welcome in. K-Baby, Quelaag's working on a 10-minute video too. Interesting. Okay. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh yes, and thanks for reminding me about Quelaag. So I didn't know about MIRO boards up until I saw one of her videos, and since then, this is pretty much exactly what I've always wanted in being able to do a project like this. I originally wanted to do this in video format, but the more I was trying to put things together, it's just such a pain trying to actually collect all the thoughts, organize them coherently, cohesively, and it's just such a huge effort that I opted not to do it. So Smoketown pulls it off. Good for him. I don't know how he can work so damn fast, but yeah. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and zoom in. So there's going to be some contentious stuff, so just take this as kind of a rough guideline. I don't necessarily think this is how everything is visually represented, but just for the sake of the stream and whatnot, I meant to put in a thing about the one great over here, and I forgot to do that. Ran out of time, all that fun stuff. So just as a little bit of a kind of visual guide disclaimer, I should have put a legend here for you guys to look at it if you're looking at it yourselves, that the way I have my timeline organized, I have more factually based stuff in these kind of blue post-it notes, and the more contentious something becomes, I've got the dog literally climbing on me right now. The more contentious something becomes, it's kind of like red light, green light, where green type things are going to be more positive, and red are going to be more negative in terms of supporting or taking apart a point. So Sinister Stromboli, welcome in. Nice to have you guys. If you don't know who Sinister Stromboli is, he has his own YouTube channel. He also streams on Twitch every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I really like to hang out in the chat and enjoy my time there, so give him a follow if you can and check out his stuff because it's quality content that I look at myself. Kerm the Derms, Jonas, thank you. And thank you, Enzo. Nice having you all. Yeah, MIRO boards are a revelation. So, yeah, going back to this, the one great could have existed before everything. I think there is reason to kind of doubt Hayata and what she says. I don't necessarily think she's lying, but she could be a puppet of the Three Fingers. I know that's a little bit of a contentious take. So, as far as we know, the only reference to the one great comes from her. If there's a little bit more to go along with that, I would be inclined to believe it, but for now I'm just going to hold off and reserve judgment, just because everything else in the game tells us to be very wary of dealing with the Frenzied Flame folk, because Vike assumedly became Frenzied Flame so that way he could spare his maiden from entering the kiln of the giants and whatnot. But when we do encounter Vike in Liurnia, he's next to a dead maiden, essentially his maiden. So I don't think the Frenzied Flame offers as much as it wants us to believe. So yeah, so take the one great with a grain of salt, and from there I think we would go into like the prehistoric era of the timeline. So I do have it sorted into like ancient dynasties, prehistory, the age of the Erd Tree Crucible, and I know that's going to be a contentious topic, and I'll go over that in depth. From there, after the Crucible, we get into the Golden Order, and that's kind of where I obviously ran out of time, the Shattering. So yeah. Going back to the beginning, I do think that the Ul and Erd dynasties would have predated a lot of what's going on with everything else. I don't necessarily think this comes like before the Deathbirds or the Dragons. I think they could potentially all be together, but it's just kind of hard to make that visually representative and like have it look good and make a lot of sense without getting everywhere. So zooming in, so part of the reason I think that the Ul and Erd kingdoms would have come very early on in the timeline is that there's no metal used if we believe like the ancestral spirits are kind of related to them. I understand if you don't want to believe the ancestral spirits are, but that's just kind of part of my thoughts behind it. And to go along with that, we do have the two Shifra and Ainsel rivers map descriptions, which say that two great rivers flow beneath the land between. This vast region is said to be the grave of civilizations that flourished before the Erd Tree. So that's kind of where I'm coming from with that. So it definitely predates the Erd Tree, which would put it like before the Crucible in my timeline, and I'll explain that a bit more later. So yeah, going from there, we do have some questions of whether or not destined death exists, but we do know that death was burned in fire or ghost flame. It is a bit questionable whether or not the ghost flame was different when destined death was still around. There's some oddities because ghost flame is cold, whereas destined death isn't necessarily. Obviously, they're both flames, but the Godslayer's the Godslayer's greatsword doesn't deal frost damage, so that makes me think it's meant to be separate. So yeah. Hey, V-Limit, welcome in. And V-Limit is another creator, if you guys want to check out his videos. He did a really good one on the Eclipse, and a few others as well. Obviously, I can't like list the entire catalog off, but we'll be talking about the Eclipse a bit as well. Maybe not this stream, but in future videos. So, Sinister says, that statue is also being worshipped by the Kindred of Rot, maybe. Yeah, and that's another thing, like, these dudes probably predate the Kindred of Rot and the Rot Goddess, and I don't exactly know where the Rot God or Goddess like fits into the timeline, but it just seems like an extremely ancient civilization that's hardly mentioned at all. Like, these structures are older than like Nox structures, which are kind of old as well, so that's just kind of why I think they're amongst the earliest dynasties that we can see. So during those early periods, they did burn the dead in ghost flame. And Explosive Ghost Flame says, in the time when there was no Erd Tree, death was burned in Ghost Flame. Deathbirds were the keeper of that fire. I do like that if you look at the Death Right birds, you can see like their little, what are they called? Followers? Adherents? Thought it started with a P. Anyway, they're priests. They got like their priests like living in their wings. And I didn't put that description in here. I don't remember it exactly off the top of my head. And just to go off the idea that there was stuff before the Erd Tree, this is going to be a big theme for my timeline. We have Altus Bloom. It's said to be a funereal flower in an era long past before the Erd Tree grew. I think this is actually a real life inspired plant called the Celosia flower or a coxcomb. There's a lot to go along with that in terms of what imagery, or not imagery, what symbolism it might have in Elden Ring, and this is like really big speculation, just to be clear here. But coxcomb, like the kanji for it is like a rooster's head, so it's like kind of related to birds to a certain extent. I looked it up last night, but I already forgot what it actually, like what that flower is supposed to represent, like what emotion and whatnot. Scarlet Rot is all life mixed together, says Sinister. Oracles seemingly existed before the old civilization as their sorcery mimics them. Damn it! I forgot to put in a picture of the little clay dudes and their bubbles. Well, I guess that's kind of more like going to come up in the next video. But yeah, thanks for bringing up the Claymen. So yeah, the Claymen are obviously like super ancient, and even their clay is ancient. So who knows when they got revived and all that nonsense. Yeah, and Moog talks about the revival of the dynasty, and Mogwin sounds like Godwin. Yeah, Sinister says the Altus Bloom is used for aromatics. Yeah, I think it has to do with like some of the powder that comes off of it. It's used in like the spark aromatics. It gives like stimulating effects for certain crafted materials as well. So the big takeaway here is like all of this stuff right here definitely predates the Erd Tree. So this is where we kind of start to get into the more contentious territory, I think. Going along with that, the dragons may have existed at some point like throughout this time. We probably will also have demi-humans. But we also have the astrologers start to like make their appearance and all that. So this right here, it's a little bit difficult to tell just by like playing the game, but like all of the rises, I think are meant to be like Nox infrastructure, just because you do get the memory stones, which are supposed to be like representative of the black moon of the Nox. So I think that these spires are all Nox built, which is really interesting because they're literally all over the lands between. And so in some ways, I guess like the Nox might have like predated a lot of the earlier kingdoms like Leyndell and whatnot, but we really don't have much information about them as well. Foids, I'm not sure how you want me to pronounce your name. I apologize. I think Ghostflame is born of death, but isn't death itself. To create Ghostflame, you need to have the dead things to burn. Yeah, I think that's a good way to describe it. The way that I kind of look at life and death in Elden Ring is a little bit complicated because with the current state of the world, destined death has been removed, so it calls into question how, like, if death is gone, do things die? If they don't, like, how would it have been different beforehand? I just kind of worded that terribly, but so say for instance, like before destined death got sealed away, would things have would things in would Ghostflame be a thing? Because it's possible that like the spirits of the dead get stuck in the flame because they can't fully die, and that's kind of what animates it. That's kind of one thought that I have, but I guess their priests could potentially argue against that. It's kind of something that I'm not fully sure on myself. You thought the Claymen were remnants of the ancients? No. I'm not saying that they predate them. It's just like the Claymen most likely predate like the Nox and a lot of other things, just so like they're very, very primitive tools and like all that stuff. It's folds. Okay, sweet, thanks. Saint Trina, welcome in. And Saint Trina is another content creator. She likes to stream on Twitch. She's also in the Discord. If you guys want to ever catch her live, she's a little bit sporadic, but good people. Okay, hold on, puppy. So, all right. So yeah, we were talking about the astrologers. They do kind of make their appearance early on in the timeline. And one of the biggest questions that comes along with the astrologers is what exactly the founding reign of stars entails. It is possible to read this, and you don't have to agree with it, that the founding reign of stars is what led to the stars Amber coming into the lands between, and you might be able to interpret that stars Amber as being the Elden Ring that was sent into the lands between with the Elden Stars incantation, which I guess I'm kind of surprised I didn't put the Elden Stars on here. That's my fault. So, and to go along with that, if the Elden Ring came from elsewhere outside the lands between, it might also be possible that Marika was with it. I don't necessarily believe that, but it's just a random thought that I thought was worth mentioning. Xenos, you don't believe that death is normal and the Elden Ring made death a law of life? And Deathflame has spirits inside of it, and the ancestor spirits hold spirits inside it. Destined Death was also introduced. Maybe. I do think that's a good possibility. It's just one of the questions about that is when would it have been introduced? But I do think that's a very good like observation or comment. Yeah, death is one of the most dubious. And welcome in, Nightmare. Puzzle-headed, you have Founding Grain of Stars pulled up? Who do you think was the astrologer that found it? It's interesting that you ask, because in version 1.00, it's actually called, like, Goliath's Founding Stars? Something like that, but Goliath is the person mentioned. So, it would have been cool if it was, like, Lusat or Azur, since they were, like, amongst the first, like, Rhea Lucarians to study the primeval current and whatnot, but yeah. So, this is thought to be the founding glintstone sorcery. The glimpse of the primeval current that the astrologer saw became real, and the stars amber rained down on this land. So, that could potentially be a reference to the Elden Ring, or whatever, like, that means. I mentioned in one of my videos, like, if we take the concept of amber literally, it would have to come from a tree. So this might be more of a metaphor. I'm inclined to think it is, but I'm also just, I don't know. So I typically reserve my judgment until we get like more information, whether that comes in through like DLC or anything like that. So I think this is a really big contentious topic. So rather than like being in the teal, that's going to be like the main timeline part. I have this like in yellow, same with like the Founding Rain, and everything else is just kind of like factual. And just to like continue that train of thought here, so like I have the main timeline essentially like coming here. If I was smarter, I would have like centered it properly, like height wise, but it just kind of gets hard to fit everything in. So yeah, the main point is just gonna like, this is the main timeline of events, and then I just have stuff branching that way. So to go along with like the Ghost Flame and the Death Birds, we do have what I would say is the Helpin tree. I know this is called a lampwood and a candle tree in some parts of the games. There's only like 2 references to them. I think the Helpin tree is like a reference through the Helpin Greatsword or whatever it's called. It's obviously not black, but Helpin comes from German, and rather being like Helpin with Helphen, it's Helfen, and it means like the helper tree, I guess. So like this guides spirits to like catacombs, and I think that's related to the Helphen steeple, since this tree helps guide the dead. That's kind of where I made that connection from, but you don't necessarily have to believe it. And the reason why I have this like included with the Deathbirds is because this does use Ghost Flame. All right, let me read some of the chat. Sinister Shamboli thinks Rennala could have had the Founding Rain of Stars. I've wondered that myself, especially because like she's the only like real astrologer that we know about. Like this icon is supposed to represent her, supposedly, but yeah. And she does use primeval current magic when we fight her, so she does know some primeval sorceries, obviously. Prince of Death Staff does enhance Ghost Flame sorceries. Interesting. Thank you for bringing that up. Rosa Hernandez, welcome in. What Suggest tells us the Divine Towers were built by the Nox. Thank you. That's a really good question, and I will get to that a little bit later down the timeline. So, sorry, I won't go into that right now, but thanks for bringing it up. Cinder says, you thought the candle tree refers to the burning Erd tree prophecy. I think that's also possible. I think that might be right. So, just for the time being, there might have been a tree that like predated the Erd tree that was just not the Erd tree, and if so, I think it could have been the Helphen. I think it's possible the Crucible could have the imagery of Helphen, so, or like it could have come from a Helphen tree, if that makes sense, because Siluria's tree spear does kind of look like this, but again, when are you ever certain about anything in a FromSoft game ever? Thank you, Derek. About Destined Death, we never hear it being part of the Elden Ring. The closest to it we hear is Marika pulled it from the Golden Order, which is different. So I would kind of disagree with that, because if it was plucked on the creation of the Golden Order, the way that I interpret that passage, it would mean that Destined Death was part of the Elden Ring, which governs the order of the universe or whatever. So if it was pulled from the order of the universe to have Destined Death go away, I think that's kind of what created the Golden Order, but that's just my interpretation. K-Baby thinks destined death was a long-standing rule of the world, and Marika deliberately removed it. Yeah. So it's kind of hard to like get those nitty-gritty details, I think, without extra information, whether it's like DLC, added NPCs and whatnot. I don't know. Keisha, what do you need help with? And welcome in. Someone uses Founding Rain of Stars? Okay. Excuse me. Teensa says, your opinion is the primeval sorceries were created much later than the invention of glintstone sorcery. There's a crystalline sorcery that the Karian Downpour spell is based on. Oh, you're talking about like Crystal Sun? So I think primeval current stuff might have been able to come first, even without glintstones. And I was going to try to fit it back into my timeline at some points, but in one of Sinister Stromboli streams, he pointed out to me that the Staff of Loss can cast like Night Comet sorceries, even though it doesn't have a glintstone. So there is like the possibility that like the Nox and the Cellians and stuff might have been like things before like glintstones were a real thing and able to still cast like starry kinds of sorceries. Elda says, you think each epoch had a different destined death, like how the Dragon's Elden Ring was a different shaped rune? That's also a possibility. It's kind of hard to say how order was shifted. Right, so I would say like those are kind of the end of the ancient dynasties where we have like absolutely no information, and so this is where I just have like prehistory where we start to get like trickles and hints of things. So as we start to like go forward, I do wonder like whether or not glintstone was created through like Founding Rain of Stars. It's not that relevant right now. We do know that the ancient dragons were definitely a thing, and we go into like what might have been the age of Placidus Axe. And so to go along with that, one of the things that I noticed was in Farum Azula, we do have some of those who live in death-style beastmen carrying Sunrealm shields. I guess I should like make this a little bit contentious. Because they are like those who live in death, it is questionable when they died. You might be able to argue that it would have been like before the Golden Order or maybe even after if like their souls are unabsorbed, but we don't really know. Nonetheless, the Sunrealm Shield does say that the seed of the sun has long since faded and they're no longer like a true kingdom. And they will actually come up again for my timeline a little bit later. But I do think it's the fact that they have like tools and stuff and metal. It would put like the time of like the demi-humans and or like the ancient dragons who have like gold and whatnot ahead, or like rather after the ancient dynasties of the Ul and Erd kingdoms, but your opinions might differ on that, maybe. The giants that use the same Night Comet as the Sword of Night and Flame. Oh yeah, the Sword of Night and Flame, I think, is originally like related to sorcerers and stuff like that. I maybe should have like put that in here, but it's really hard to like fit in like the major events and like a lot of minor things that I think are really interesting, but just don't have like a ton to like go with them. So I will say though that before the stars were a thing, I think like sorcerers, even if they weren't glintstone sorcerers, I think astrologers would have like been studying flame sorceries to some degree, and I think the Carrion Sword of Night and Flame is a big indicator or hint as towards that, especially if the fire giants were their neighbors. That sorceries don't work off glintstone either? Okay. Because it's set with amber. Alright, I might have to think about that one more. I've got streamer brain going on. Ghost Flame related to Wraiths? Yeah, Wraiths are also hard to fit in. I wondered if they're potentially Nox, because like the Royal Revenants, it brings up a lot of questions of what royalty means, but I mean, on one hand, it'd be easy to be like, oh, if they're royalty, they should be related to like Marika and that royal family. However, lordship and stuff gets really complicated when we like start taking into account like Sarash and the Stormhawk King and stuff like that. So it's kind of hard to say. So Puzzleheaded says, the seed of the sun makes you think of Farum Azula. The sun is always present in Farum. So yeah, I think there's a very, very strong chance the Sun Realm and the Seed of the Sun could be related to Farum Azula and the Ancient Dragons. And It might also relate to destined death, but I'll try to get into that a bit later. But I do want it to be very clear that if, like, there is a sun realm, it might be explicitly supposed to be tied to Farum Azula through the demi-human undead wanderer soldiers. How does Gelmir Hex mesh with sorcery lore? So it is fire-based, and it is ancient, so I guess that would kind of, like, tie together. But that's a good question. Yeah, and Saint Trina mentions that the Carians are also called royalty. Although we do know, like, that Rennala became quote-unquote royal later. So was she... Yeah, it's they were kind of like their own kingdom, but it's a little bit questionable, like, when like enemy names come into play, because, like, are they currently royal, or are they certain kind of royalty in an ancient era? It's a little bit odd. Okay. So, all right. So this is going to be, like, another really hot take that's going to make a lot of people angry, probably. But I will go ahead and make the bold statement that Placidusax is not and has not been the Elden Lord. And the reason for that is twofold. Within the remembrance of the Dragon Lord, it says, the Dragon Lord whose seat lies at the heart of the storm beyond time is said to have been the Elden Lord in the age before the Erd Tree. To me, this whole thing with is said, that puts it in, wow, I use this term all the time, what's it called? In the realm of hearsay. So it's said that they're the Elden Lord, but that's not actually a fact. That's just kind of somebody's opinion. So it can't be verified. Normally, I would kind of go along with something saying that it's said. The biggest reason why I would say that Placidusax is not Elden Lord is that there are multiple items that say that Godfrey is verbatim the first Elden Lord. And those will be found in the Elden Lord set, Radagon set, the Crucible Knight sets, the Axe of Godric, Amber Medallions, so like Crimson, Cerulean, etc., and the Horaloo's Remembrance. So the way that I approach lore is, if something is written in factual information, I don't think we have the space or, like, privilege to really question it, because as soon as we question, like, one thing that's stated as fact in both, like, English and Japanese, you really just kind of end up shooting yourself in the foot, because if you take away one description, what's stopping you from, like, ignoring other descriptions? And it just really destroys the basis of lore analysis, in my opinion. So that's kind of where I come from by saying that Placidusax is not the Elden Lord, like, as a fact. However, to go along with that, I do think that there's the potential that Placidusax could be something like an Elden Lord, but not exactly the Elden Lord. And so, just to kind of give an example of that, in, like, the lands between, they're called, like, Hasama no Chi. Like, Hasama is, like, the gap. So, and Chi is land, so lands between. Placidusax is said to be in, like, Toki no Hasama, which is the time between, or, like, times between. So if the Elden Lord governs the lands between, could the Dragon Lord govern the time between? Maybe. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. So sorry if I upset you, but that's just kind of, like, my rationality for things. That's a nice cold take for you. Sweet. Yeah, and Mortis says he might be similar to Elden Lord. Blue Mew asks if that wouldn't be contradictory to have a Lord before the Golden Order. I don't think it's contradictory, just because we don't always know what state the Elden Ring was in before the Golden Order. Like, obviously, like, Godfrey comes and brandishes it, but we don't know, like, what truly came before Godfrey. Like, the Elden Ring might have been somewhere before him, and so that kind of, like, goes into the question of, like, when was the Elden Ring in the lands between? Did it come from space, and was that a kind of, like, relatively recent event, or was it, like, way long ago? There might also be the potential that, like, the whole Elden Star's description is hearsay and not true, and it might just be, like, people coming up with their quote-unquote, like, ideals visualized into their runes, which eventually all got grafted together to be the Elden Ring. So there's a lot of ways that it can be broken down, and we're just kind of in cope mode. Elden Lord could be implying that Placidus Axe was the ruler of everything, like how the Elden Lord pretty much rules the world. So yeah, that's another thing. Like, he might not have actually been the Elden Lord, but he may have been like the de facto Lord / ruler of the world, because like, who the hell could challenge him? My answer would probably be like Godfrey as Horaloo or whatever. But yeah, so Placidus Axe is like the big bad before Godfrey, and then Godfrey came on the scene, and yeah, all that nonsense there. Let me get some water real quick. And Deucebrain brings up a really good point that we're also told the Golden Order's view of history. So there is a lot of like ambiguity in terms of like what is and did not happen, I guess. If Placidus Axe wasn't an Elden Lord, it doesn't solve the problem I have. Godfrey still doesn't become the first Elden Lord ever, as there's still some Elden Lord before Marika. So that's a good point, but yeah, I guess with that said, I would believe that Godfrey is the actual Elden Lord. Thanks for bringing that up. So yeah, so even if Godfrey was the first Elden Lord, the Elden Ring might have existed in some form, and it just might not have had a Lord. But yeah, so that's kind of why I tend to believe that it might have been possible that the Astrologers, who would, most likely actually be close to the time of Godfrey, they might have actually inadvertently got the Elden Ring to come into the lands between by like what they had visualized, and it might have just like been like a big ass cosmic net that just happened to catch a really, 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 really big golden fish. But who knows? Xeonis asks, what is Elden Lord exactly? I wish I knew. I honestly did. Teensta says, it's interesting seeing how opinions differ from others since you were lucky enough to take your notes in near total isolation. So yeah, that's kind of where I came at. Like, obviously I have my Discord, and you guys influence me with your opinions, and hopefully vice versa all the time. And aside from that, I only watch like a very tiny amount of actual Elden Ring content. So this is probably like why my timeline might differ quite a bit from some others. But yeah, I do enjoy like having the interaction. So once again, shameless plug for the Discord. If you do enjoy talking lore, feel free to join in. So that'll kind of cover Placidus Axe. Yeah, Marika is not Elden Lord. She's a god, which is also problematic because there are other gods, but not all of them were like gods of order. I don't know. It's weird. Imar Ben Israel, welcome in. What if the Dragon Lord description is based off the Golden Order, trying to hide the fact that the Crucible and the dragons once were the original rulers of an uncivilized era before the Golden Order? I mean, that is a possibility because it does use "it is said," so it's just kind of all speculation on like the part of the people in the actual like in-game universe. Yeah, the colors represent closeness to the Crucible. That'll actually be a huge deal in my next video, which is gonna get delayed because I had to like I really need to like go back through some stuff some more. Like I've got a really good grounding for things, but I like want to get it airtight, which is always fun with Elden Ring. Okay, so after / during the age of Placidus Axe, this is where we start getting into some really dicey prehistoric territory. So going back to, I can't remember her name. I'm so bad at actually remembering names. The question that was asked earlier, damn it, apologize, about why do we think that the Nox could have built the Divine Towers? The reason for that is when we go into like any of the Divine Tower areas, they're kind of all flanked by these statues holding swords, and I thought it was possible that like those are built like after the fact, maybe by the adherents of like the Erd Tree or the Golden Order, the not Nox people. But going into Nox Stella, these are the only two statues of this kind down there. They flank the little elevator that goes down to like the Lake of Rot. So these two dudes are what appear like in front of every Divine Tower, and they show up everywhere. And so I think there's a good potential that the Nox might have built the Divine Towers. And this will like play into the fact that I think like the Nox predate a lot of things. And we do have a portrait in Stormvale that shows like the landscape of Stormvale without the actual castle there. I don't remember if I didn't put in a comparison picture. So yeah, Stormvale isn't here, and the most important thing is like this is the Divine Tower of Stormvale. Like you'd go to it, and the Erd Tree is not in the background. Like from this vantage point, you would be able to see it. Actually, I should be able to pull up a screenshot here. If I actually remember where it is. Anyway, I do have screenshots. If you're like super curious about that, just like ping me on the Discord and I'll like put it into the chat there later. Airtight is so hard in Elden Ring, yeah. Do I have any thoughts on the Death Root in Farum Azula? I do. That'll be like towards the end of the timeline where I talk about it, because Farum Azula is it's a bit of a mess. We'll like get into like a lot of that stuff now. Trying to make this screen door using close the screen door on a submarine of Elden Ring. Yeah, essentially. Okay, it was Rosa. I remember. See, sorry. You need to know more about the Nox, Godskin Impossibles, and the Queen in the Age they were in hunting gods down. And what the hell is the Queen of the Godskins? Yeah, they're probably like my actual favorite bit of the lore, and there's just so little. And it took me like literally like 3 months to like piece everything together to come up with like 5 possibilities of who like the Golem-eyed Queen is. So it's just fun stuff, but not a lot of stuff to actually like sift through. Oh yeah, and you can see the storm cloud there. That's a good point. Oh yeah, I didn't even put the Zamor in here. So yeah, I do think like the Zamor would also probably be in like the prehistoric era. Like somewhere. So yeah. So as we like start getting into like the more Farum Azula centric stuff, this is where things like really start falling apart. As I said earlier, like we know we have like the dragons ruling in the prehistoric era before the Erd Tree, and they would protect their lord as walls of living rock. Actually, in Farum Azula, you can see some like dragons embedded into the stone, which is really interesting and cool. So in Farum Azula, we get the depiction of like what might be the proto Elden Ring, and that's a real thorn in the side of like actual like analysis. So I'm just gonna like kind of leave that there for now, like looming ominously in the background. So going back in time a bit, we know we have like a bunch of beast dudes and all that nonsense. So they allegedly started to gain intelligence, according to like the Cincadia's description, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But the important thing is we have Malekith and Marika on the scene. And part of the reason why I would obviously link Malekith to like Placidus Axe and the Dragons is he's not just the beast clergyman, he's explicitly like the beast clergyman of Farum Azula. It's questionable if it's just like an individual title or if they're like other beast clergymen at some point, if not like right now. So Malekith is a demi-human if you like go through the files and just like look at him without his like coat on and his armor, and spoiler alert, it's terrifying. Even more so than when he has the armor on, ironically. So according to the Bestial Sling, it is said that in the time before the Erd Tree, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. So yeah, beasts are on the scene. We do see them working over here with tools, so they are intelligent. They like allegedly like made their own weapons, and Tarnished Archaeologist made a really good video about like the origin of like gold working in real life and like the actual parallels it has to like some of the beastmen of Farum Azula. So yeah. All right. So Malekith appears on the scene, and let me check in with the chat. You guys are going off. Folds thinks that the Golem-eyed Queen is Melania. Wait, Melania or like Melina? That might, okay, yeah, Melina. Makes sense. whole reason Teen Sith even started writing on Elden Lore is because you desperately wanted to piece together the Nox. Understandable. What do you think about Estelle looking like an antlion and the ants, the Nox ride? And do you think they're ants or maybe termites? So it looks like the ants to the Nox ride are like related to potentially like honeydew ants. They look like real life carpenter ants, but like on super steroids and all that. I think there's a difference between like Estelle and the ants, but Estelle, I'm still like gonna reserve like final judgment. I don't know if like the antlion parallel fully describes him perfectly, but I think it's a good one. I think it's better than some other theories about Estelle for sure. I just don't know, to be honest. Don't like the noodle dog. You swear the necklace on Marika in that photo looks like a snake mouth and her dress coils unnaturally like a snake tail? What's up with that? There might be some stuff like related to snakes, but we just don't really get it. And that kind of also like goes back into like the prehistoric stuff because like with what Xeonis brought up with like the sorceries of Gelmir, we do know that there was some kind of civilization there. They did have the snake. Rykard thinks that snakes never die, so yeah. A lot to unpack there. And no, that's kind of a lie. There's very, very little to unpack there, but just a lot of really big ramifications. Sinister thinks Estelle is a dragonfly. Okay. So moving on. So yeah, Malekith being the beast clergyman of Farum Azula has really, really big implications to me because he is inextricably linked to Marika. So if he is the beast clergyman of Farum Azula, what the hell does that make her in relation to Farum Azula? So this is like just like a bit of extra trivia that Marika is Malekith's older stepsister, like Jo Marika no goddammit, Chojitsuna Ototo. So like he is her younger brother that's like not related by blood. Or is it Chujitsuna? Yeah, Chujitsuna. Okay. Beasts granted intelligence through the five fingers. That kind of goes into the Cinquedio description, which I had mentioned earlier. So there's a little bit of a discrepancy in the Japanese here. And the English says, the design celebrates a beast's five fingers, like a beast's five fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. The Japanese is ambiguous, of course. So, how do I should have translated this so I don't have to like think about it on the spot. So like that which granted the beasts their intelligence is represented in five fingers. So it's possible that I could be talking about like a five-fingered version of the two fingers, or it could potentially just be like the beast's five fingers, but it just there's the ambiguity there that's in Japanese that just isn't in the English, which is kind of crazy to think about. And to me, this also does raise questions of like, if the other Empyreans had fingers at some point, whatever happened to Marika's fingers? Was America's two fingers that made her an Empyrean actually five fingers? So these are just some of the like crazier thoughts that I had in relation to this. So, all right. Do you think Marika might be just the center of it all? I do think it's possible, yeah. Her being the Glow-eyed Queen, also the stone beast eye that Malekith gives us looks like Melena's left glow eye. Marika's stone and missing her left eye. So there are like other beasts that are like purple-eyed. So Blythe has purple eyes. There's a couple demi-human queens that can have purple eyes. There's the one in like the Gelmir cave and the other in the Lux ruins and Altus Plateau. They can be purple-eyed. So I don't want to say like the one other like purple eye that we have has to come to Marika because she's missing an eye, but that might also be a possibility. The only thing is we don't actually see Marika look like a beast, which isn't really that big of a deal because we do know about like Marika's mischief and the fact that she can shapeshift as Radagon. So there really is the true potential that Marika could be a being unlike any of the others that we actually encounter in like the universe. So, all good questions. Elda says, wolves as their shadow seems like how they portray ninjas as the shadows of lords, like assassin bodyguards. Yeah, they're kind of strange in that regard. Like, Malekith's only role is to seal destined death, so that like brings up the question of like, did Marika just not have any use for him up until like the fatal moments way later down in the timeline? Or yeah, it's you know, it's it saying the beasts were given opposable thumbs as a signifier of evolution. In the Japanese, no, not specifically. Although maybe you could like come to that conclusion, but it doesn't say it quite like that, if that's what you were implying. But yeah, the other thing that I did notice is that like the ancient dragons have 5 fingers, and then like a dew claw if you want to make a distinction between them, but I don't really know how relevant that is. I might be able to pull up the picture because I do remember where that one was. Okay, yeah. So hopefully... Yeah, so this is the Ancient Dragon's Claws. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the Dew Claw. Although, wouldn't this be on the wrong side? Maybe it's like a reptilian thing that I'm not smart enough to know about. Anyway. Marika being Nox as well, too. It's possible. Like, there's... She's the Velka of Elden Ring. And for those who don't know, like, Dark Souls lore, Velka is everybody, is the main takeaway. Just there's extremely little info about Velka, so she can pretty much fit into everything. Kind of like Marika, but she's so central to everything. It's really annoying in a way that's like Velka doesn't quite match, to be honest. Oh yeah, you bring up the point of human shapeshifting Raya as an example, and also potentially like Lansax. Those are also good points. Didn't Marika trick and betray Malekith to get destined death? I don't think she tricked him to get destined death. I think she tricked him in like sealing it away to a certain extent, and then it says she betrayed him. That's something I still need to like fully like figure out for myself, but I don't think like I can actually even reach a final conclusion just because we're always like 1 or 2 like missing links in the chain of like actually tying everything together. How dare I mention Velka? Yeah. Welcome back. Okay. So going back to like the whole Placidusax and the Malekith thing, we kind of hinted towards this earlier that like what is the role of Marika in relation to like Placidusax. We do know that Placidusax lost his god. Once his god was fled, the Lord continued to wait its return. Non-gendered, of course, because hooray, Japanese. So there is the potential that Marika could have been Placidusax's god, since she is linked to the Elden Ring. We do have like the proto-Elden Ring engraving there. And... Oh, I actually had it right there. I'm smart. So yeah, it also mentions that his god was fled and they weren't necessarily killed and or defeated, which also leaves the possibility open that it could be Marika. The other thing about this proto-engraving of the Elden Ring is that it is different from the other versions of it. So there's potentially like 3 versions of the Elden Ring, which is really annoying because there's only 2 canonical Elden Lords. So Placidusax might have had the Elden Ring, might have been Lord, but maybe he was incompatible with Marika. It's really up in the air as to how that can be interpreted. And we talked about those. Yeah, okay. Then we're going to start to get into the Godfrey stuff and the Sirach stuff, which really, this is actually where it actually like super gets confusing in a way that might be unexpected. Leave her alone. Thank you. Besides everything with Rykard, are there any other references to Great Serpents? Not Great Serpents. The Duelists set has like serpents on their arm, and they're kind of like ridiculed. Like their spectators wanted them to get beaten up, but other than that, there's very little things in the way of snakes. I know that there's like the fists, but I don't remember exactly what it says off the top of my head. There's the serpent shield, but I'm pretty confident that came from like Rykard's Volcano Manor, but very little on serpents. Imar says, you wonder if the Fell God is the queen of the Godskins? That would make sense with the term Fell God, because she was defeated by Malekith. So I think overall, that's a interesting thought. I don't want to say like you're wrong about that, but there is like a little bit of a caveat. In terms of like the Fell God, it's a little bit of a translation thing, where like Fell is kind of meant as in like terrible. The Japanese for Fell God is Jashin. Like Ja is like the character for like bad or wicked, and Shin is like God essentially. So it's just like the evil god. That term comes up quite a bit in like Japanese folklore, myths, and games and stuff like that. So yeah. All right. Folds posted something in the Discord about the serpents. Okay, let me check it out. Go away, puppy. So you think that the serpents came from magma worms? Okay. I don't know about that, because I think based on like the ancient, no. I don't think that would work, because the ancient Gelmir hexes, like and stuff like with Gelmir mentioned serpents before the time of the Erd Tree, whereas like Dragon Communion would come later, potentially, but yeah, I don't think it's like the worst idea. Like there's a lot of parallels between like serpents and men in other FromSoft games, especially. What's the difference between the Greater Will and the Two Fingers? So the Greater Will is like the CEO of the company. We don't know how many executive positions that separates the CEO from like the blue collar worker. So the Two Fingers are kind of like the middle managers, and the lower managers would probably be like the finger reader cones, would be like my analogy. Going back to Marika and snake imagery, her statues always depict a snake tail behind her as well. Her source seal, Elden Rune, also depicts a mouth with a slim tongue or serpent eye. Being tinfoil, yeah. So yeah, I would need to double check the back of the statues, because I don't recall that, but I don't want to like dismiss that either. But the source seal, that's just kind of like a Rorschach thing, so I think people can interpret their own stuff with it. Okay, so going into Godfrey. And so, with Marika being in Farum Azula with Malekith, or like Malekith just, being definitely affiliated with Farum Azula, it does bring up questions of what Marika was doing there. She might not have been there, but ow, shit. Cut out. No. So, if Marika was in Farum Azula and or affiliated with it, like the question comes up of like how she and Godfrey met and what all that entails. So one of the things that's really curious to me about Godfrey specifically is that I might need to deal with the dogs. Is that he's called Godfrey from like the very beginning. Like he's only ever referenced as Horalu like twice, I think. There might be like a couple more, but I mean, for all of the times that he comes up in the game, like in all of the spoken echoes of Marika, she always calls him Godfrey. So the way that I've interpreted that would be that he might have became Godfrey after he was given Sarash, and that might have been when his Horalu identity went away. So yeah, going back to like the Sarash thing, Sarash is called the Beast Lord, which is really interesting to me, kind of in the same sense that Placidusax is called the Dragon Lord. So the black nails protruding from golden fur are said to represent Sarash, Lord of Beasts, who went on to become King Godfrey's regent. And so, yeah, this right here is like Beast Lord Juo Saroshu. So Godfrey was a ferocious warrior. When he vowed to become a lord, he took the beast regent Sarash upon his back to suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within. So, was he already Godfrey before the war against the giants? I think it's possible. And if that happened, like, the beast called Great Cameron is given to us from the beast clergyman of Farum Azula. It's a gift to us from Malekith. So there is that extra connection between Godfrey, Sarash, and Farum Azula that's worth considering. And going back to like what I mentioned before, in Marika's own words, "Hark, brave warriors, hark, my lord Godfrey." So these spoken echoes should have like existed supernaturally. So it is not hearsay. I don't know. It's really weird. You can argue till you're blue in the face about that, I guess. So the other thing that could contradict it, which is why this is like in a dark red, is that Godfrey is called Horlu in the introductory story cinematic, despite having Sarash on his back. So it isn't like a foregone conclusion that just because he has Sarash, that's what made him Godfrey. But the Godfrey icon kind of, I don't know, it's just, we have very conflicting information, so take that for what you will. This makes so much sense now. The shattering is just Elon buying Twitter. Yeah, and Marika might be the figure of the statue beneath the Elden Ring engraving, surrounded by the three wolves. So, yeah, that's just kind of why like I go into my Marika is Melina is the Glomide Queen theory. Like I don't like it, but it kind of makes sense, and I really hate that it does, to be honest. But yeah. It seems like the Beast was more in control of Godfrey than him. The Beast made him intelligent and regal, funny enough. Beast tamed a man. The whole man was a beast. So the funny thing about that, and thank you for bringing that up, because that reminded me, if like Beast gained intelligence, it's a little bit ironic that the demi-humans lose their intelligence at night and they go mad. Oh, actually, that might make sense in terms of just like the imagery of like them being the Sun Realm. So I've thought about this a lot, and like I'm just trying to think of like how to articulate it, because like this is the stuff where like I've made the connections, but I just haven't like drawn the points from A to B in a way that I'm able to like tell others quite yet. And that's kind of what I was working on with like the gold and silver video. That the Sun Realm shield is obviously representative of the sun. It might be related to Farum Azula, so we could say like Farum Azula and the Beastmen are related to the sun. And then there's the potential that Destined Death is related to the sun because the eclipse is the moon blocking the sun, and it's said to stop Destined Death from like killing soulless demigods and whatnot. So where was I going with that? Damn it. The sun. Oh yeah, and so if demi-humans become wild at night, that would mean they would become wild at the time where the sun has the least amount of power. So maybe the sun gives them intelligence as well. And would that relate to Destined Death and like spirits? That's kind of what I'll have to think about that a lot more. But thank you for bringing that up. Sorry for going off on a little bit of a tangent there. What is the point of the one eye symbolism? So I think it just like represents like the Cyclops of like the giants, or if you're like talking about like one eye in general, one can make the argument that if you have one eye, you can only look one literal direction. So you're like more simple-minded. I think if I remember correctly, like the term for like Cyclops in Japanese, it uses like the term like the kanji for simple to begin, but I don't remember exactly off the top of my head. So that might be one way of like interpreting the symbolism of like being one-eyed. Triple goddess, yeah. Another possible etymology is horror from Hrothgar and Lu from Lynx, meaning something like great honorable warrior. Interesting. Yeah, and etymology is also very, very interesting. One issue with like Elden Ring in particular is trying to reconcile how much influence George R. Martin had over the story versus Miyazaki. So just trying to like figure out did George come up with Horaloo? There's the possibility because he did also come up with like the moniker Lands Between. But yeah, we do know even beyond that Miyazaki does like to take his time with etymology and figure things out. He had mentioned that in an interview, so yeah. I'm always really interested in the etymology of stuff in FromSoft games and also just in general. Like obviously like being a linguistic nerd, that kind of stuff tickles my fancy. And Azer is trying to reach up and uplift them for whatever reason. So Azer in darkness. Then he loses his mind completely. That's kind of an interesting way of looking at it. So is light enlightening for puns galore and dark blinding? Maybe. I'll have to think about that and like really comb through the text to find supporting or detracting evidence. But thank you for that. Don Pete, welcome in. Somebody made the hypothesis that Sirach is there to modify Horaloo's behavior. He wasn't against the Crucible, but his two boys are in prison, and then we see him Sirach roars while Godfrey holds Morgoth. Oh, so like he just channels through, yeah. I see what you're saying. Rosa says, Godfrey might have retaken the name Horaloo of the Badlands when Marika sent him and the Tarnished on the war campaign back to his homeland. It's true, but I really feel like the symbolism of him tearing off Sirach and saying, like, I've given thee courtesy enough. Now I fight as Horaloo warrior. There's like a slight difference in the Japanese where like he's probably addressing the player as warrior, whereas like he's not calling himself warrior, which is kind of what I got with English, but that's not really important. Just kind of what comes to mind. Puzzleheaded asked if I think the eclipse happens in the Duskborn ending. So it's a good possibility because I don't think we can see the sun. It is cloudy and rainy. So there's the possibility for that, for sure, especially if Destined Death is stopped. The only question is, I don't think it like seeks to stop Destined Death as much as it does like enshrine those who live in death. So there's a lot of context to go along with that. So sorry I don't go into like more detail, but that's just kind of how I feel right now. You think Godfrey and Sirach are some kind of commentary on colonialism? Definitely. Taming the beast in the man with the beast. Taming the beast in the man with a beast. Okay. The man from the Outlands, rough and not civilized. Yeah, and I do also wonder like where the Badlands are, but I guess that's not too important. Sirach might be like Godfrey's shadow, which is kind of ironic because Sirach is like gold. So I guess that's like even more linking them to the sun. Although Malekith and Blythe are shadows. I'll have to like consider that a bit more. Yeah, I'll just have to leave that there for now. Okay, so we talked about Godfrey and the issues with Sirach. So, like, yeah, did he get Sirach in Farum Azula before dealing with the giants? Is that why this Elden Ring depiction was there? I think those are all really strong possibilities, but it's always contentious, like everything in these damn games. So, okay. So Sarash and Godfrey work together. We have the war with the giants. They get got, which is really annoying because when we go into the mountaintops there, all of the giants are covered in these big ass thorns that Godfrey doesn't use. Maybe it's a Sarash ability. Godfrey doesn't use it. Radagon slash Marika slash the Elden Beast don't use the thorns that like all of the giants have died to. So the possibilities are like maybe Marika did it and maybe she had a bigger role in the battle that we just don't see because she's incapacitated in our fight with Radagon. I don't know, but yeah. The war with the giants, there's more there that we're not getting. And it might also deal like with the Land of Reeds. We have Okina and like other Reed warrior type things coming up there. Like the thorns kind of all tie together, but it just doesn't really fit together, unfortunately. So when we get to the war with the giants, we do come into the question of whether or not the Erd Tree already exists, and this might also tie into the imagery that we get of this symbol. Like I can't show it off. Well, actually I can. So yeah, obviously, oops. So when we look at it, it looks like the Elden Ring itself has like a bunch of roots. It looks very reminiscent of a tree. So did the Erd Tree already exist during the war against the giants? So we have conflicting information. So according to the Roar Medallion, in ancient times the giants were mortal enemies of the Erd Tree. Their bellowing roars desolated nature, triggered avalanches, and whipped up storms of flame. So this would say, yeah, they probably were fighting like the actual Erd Tree if they were mortal enemies of it. However, it is also possible to interpret it in a more metaphorical sense that they were like enemies of the Erd Tree and their champions. So, or those who would be the Erd Tree's champions if the Erd Tree didn't exist. So, possible to read it two ways. One way is just a little bit more unintuitive, but still like possible. Keep repeating myself. You didn't realize it was settled that Malekith was a shadow-like Blythe? Yeah, so I think he is called a Shadow Beast directly, although I don't recall for sure. Either way, the terminology that's used for calling Malekith Marika's stepbrother is the same one that is used for Ronnie and Blythe. So there is a lot of parallels between the two. Tinfoil theory is that Torrent is Melina's shadow. That's really interesting. I guess it doesn't have to be like a beast. I like it. I mean, I don't necessarily know how I feel beyond that, but yeah, it's an idea that I haven't heard. Seems like space in the void is similar to the abyss and the sea that Aldrich is speaking into. Yeah, so that kind of phenomenon just comes up time and time again in the FromSoft games. What's going on over there? There is evidence that the spectral steed whistle is unalloyed gold, especially since it's intact in the front. Well, it does burn, but it burns last. So yeah. When did the Erd Tree begin? Question is so freaking controversial. Yeah. So we'll get into that shortly here. You have opinions on Radagon. Yeah. Mortuary Cookies Shane, welcome in. You think the Erd Tree had a different form before the Golden Order was established? Yes, I agree completely, and I'll get into that fairly shortly here. So, okay. The War Medallion says the giants were the enemies of the Erd Tree, so that would support an Erd Tree already existing during the time with the war against the giants. Now we get into a little bit more contentious territory with Flame Protect Me. It is said that this incantation was used during the war against the giants long ago, during which it protected the champions of the Erd Tree. So if I recall, actually don't recall, maybe Stromboli is still here and could remind me. I think Flame Protect Me is actually like a flame incantation, and it's not like an Erd Tree one. So it would be like in line that if it's a flame incantation, there's the possibility that how do I phrase it? I'm having a streamer moment here. if it's a flame incantation, it's not related to the Erd Tree, so the Erd Tree doesn't necessarily have to have already been there. But if it's an Erd Tree incantation, it would suggest that the Erd Tree already existed. So yeah, okay, that's what I wanted to say. Crunchy, welcome in. If you guys don't know, Crunchy is another content creator. They are a member of the Roundtable Hold. So if you're interested in their content, check it out. Remembrance of Malekith. Okay, thank you. He was a Shadowhound Beast. Thank you. I thought it was in there, but just couldn't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, and Elder Gusto brings up the parallels between Lu and Luke. They won the War of the Gods against the Fomorians by killing his grandfather Baelor, and like Lu, the Hero King, and Uncle Gwydion associated with Lu. Who the hell is Torrent and Mike and Melina talk to him? He's a spectral steed. He was the one that believed in us for some reason. You could say that, like, Torrent is the vehicle of the Elden Lord. Gold isn't supposed to burn, and it can only melt. Melina closes her palm at the last shot, implying she's still holding it. So you think it, like, melts into her? I guess you could say that. It does look like it burns away to me, which I think is meant to, like, represent, like, the preternatural power of the Frenzied Flame, but, yeah. The horse believed in us before anyone else. True. It's a fire monk incantation. Thank you, Thrill. And also welcome in. Okay, that's what I thought. So yeah, it's definitely a fire incantation, so there is reason to doubt that the Erd Tree existed, but again, it is said. So yeah. Inbuilt hearsay. Hooray. And then the other possible indicator that the Erd Tree would have already existed would be that there is the burned minor Erd Tree in the mountaintop of the Giants. However, it is also possible that that Erd Tree could have been sprouted later. It didn't necessarily have to happen at the time of the war against the Giants, but it does call into question, like, the cardinal sin of, like, burning the Erd Tree and all that stuff. So the things that really would contradict the question of whether or not the Erd Tree already exists are smithing stones, which are thought to have been used to hone the weapons of the champions of the war against the Giants at the birth of the Erd Tree. You could take that as, like, the Erd Tree being born, like, at the beginning of the conflict, in the middle of it, at the end. It's always ambiguous. The war against the Giants, champions battle, trolls betray, fire vanquished, the era of the Erd Tree begins. This is a little bit more assertive in the way that it's phrased, but it is still a little bit ambiguous. And now this is, like, the biggest, like, contradiction, potentially. It comes from one of Marika's spoken echoes. Put the Giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erd Tree. So, if the epic has not begun yet, brandishing will start it. So that would make it sound like the Erd Tree should definitely not have existed. So we have two pieces, of like, strongly contradicting claims. So it's up in the air, as is freaking everything in this damn game. And so once we get to the point of the war against the Giants, after the war, we do get into, like, the age of the Erd Tree. And so I think that ties into, like, Farum Azula's potential dominion over the land. And that might have been when the seed of the sun faded away. So remember, in Farum Azula, we did have the demi-human versions of these soldiers with the Sun Realm shield. But around Lane Dell and a few other places, like, that have, like, graveyards where, like, those who live in Death Sprouts, we get these guys walking around. And so maybe, like, the demi-humans evolved into actual humans over time. Maybe that's what it's supposed to imply. I don't really know, but definitely worth bringing up, I think. Horse go zoom. Temis, welcome in. It's honestly surprising that Irani kept Blythe so close. Maybe. Doesn't the blacksmithing stone kind of look like Black Flame? Hugh is also tasked with creating god-slaying weapons for Marika. making another gloam-eyed queen connection possibly. So I think that's an interesting question. Funny enough, you should like mention smithing stones, because we were actually talking about that on the Discord last night. So I think it's possible that like gold was infused into the Altus Plateau, and some of its stones were used for like the early tiers of like the smithing stones, and a few other stones like throughout the game resemble smithing stones. I don't necessarily think it looks like Black Flame. If anything, I would say like maybe the somber ones because they've been drained. But yeah. Wiscoism, welcome in. Starting a new epoch of the Erd Tree does not imply that the Erd Tree doesn't already exist. Would you care to elaborate? Like, I'm fine with like dissenting opinions. And like I said, we do have just like contradicting stuff. And it is possible that an Erd Tree exists, but it might not necessarily be Godfrey's Erd Tree. And Crunchy said, if the Erd Tree existed as the Crucible during that time, it might explain it. It was there, but it wasn't the Erd Tree proper. So I would go and say that the Crucible should be understood as like the primordial form of the Erd Tree. Whether or not there are two aspects of the Crucible, I think is debatable. Like, I'm open to that kind of interpretation. But we'll go into that like really shortly here. Looking at the Erd Tree, it looks like it's been burned many times before, and even when we start our own age, the base tree still exists. So there is always like the issue of whether or not Destined Death has something to do with the burning. It might have been attempted to have been burned a couple times. With the minor Erd Trees actually being dead, that might imply that it would have happened at the very least before the Golden Order, in my opinion, but that might make more sense like later on as we like talk about it. But even still, there is evidence of other Erd Trees burning by like Volcano Manor. That one didn't necessarily have to be killed by like the giants. And yeah. Ready for the Femto Mikola and Godward Eclipse DLC? Definitely ready. And welcome in, Magister Ludi. You don't know about burning Erd Trees over and over, but there's an interesting detail. The Crucible is presumably where the roots are. The roots aren't burning. So I don't think that the Crucible is necessarily the roots, but maybe. I don't know. I'll just leave that open. The Helfen Steeple depicts a black tree. The roots that Godwyn is buried in are explicitly black, and said roots can only be seen in Deathroot and the mountaintops. No, Deathroot can be seen... Or are you saying those are roots specifically? And were the mountaintops the Great Tree? I don't think so. I think the Great Tree is explicitly the gigantic tree outside of Lane Dell. Like this big one. So like one of the issues with the text in general is that we have Erd Tree, and it can refer to both the minor Erd Trees, like the ones in like Limgrave, Weeping Peninsula, like those ones. And we have Erd Tree as a reference to like the big one with like that houses the Elden Ring and Marika and stuff. So it's an issue with like the text. Like there's not much like translation stuff that goes into it except for like the Great Tree. And there are 3 times where Great Tree appears as what I would say are explicit references to the Lane Dell tree, in that we have Dee's dialogue near Summonwater Village when you talk to him for the first time, where he says like your soul will return to the Erd Tree in time. So he says like your soul will return to the Great Tree in Japanese. The second one would be the Lane Dell Finger Reader Crone's dialogue, the one like outside like in the ring part of the city. Why am I blanking on what she says? The English for it, she says like Great Tree, but it's not capitalized and there's a space. But she does like talk about the Great Tree. And even from like that context, it's very clear she's talking about like Lane Dell's big tree. And then the third one would be in the Tree and Beast surcoat. The Japanese for Tree and Beast has it as like the Great Tree and Beast surcoat. But I think like they didn't go with that because it just sounds really awkward in English to say the great tree and beasts are coat. Like, it's a lot of letters. They might not have had the space to do it. It was like my rationalization, but always arguable for sure. What's the fun in lore without some throwing out some tinfoil? Uh, so who said it? Wiscoism. Are you still around? Were you gonna elaborate or no? You thought the era of the Erdtree Alliance were declaring that the Erdtree is now the great defining power of the lands between. In other words, the Erdtree existed beforehand, but it wasn't yet a BFD. Maybe. I think that's a good possibility, especially if what's his face? If Placidusax was not a real Elden Lord, maybe we had an Erdtree that was not a real Erdtree yet, you know? So I think that could be a good explanation if you're like saying that kind of thing. Oh boy. Hopefully. Okay, there we go. Speaking of Summon Water Village, the water in the nameless eternal city is explicitly silver and murky. This water can only be found in the villages with Deathroot. Kind of crazy. I'll have to look into that more. I think there's other reasons to associate it with silver, but I'll look into the Deathroot thing more for sure. Okay. So I guess while we wait for Wisco to reply, I'll just go ahead and go along with the timeline for now. Magister Ludi, that's a really good question about the absence of the sun. I'll probably actually save it for the next video because I'll talk about the sun a lot in that one. Okay, Wisco says, you just mean that the epoch can start after the Erdtree is already around in some form? That dialogue just confirms the epoch doesn't start until after the war. Sure, you might be able to come with that, but I think when it says brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erdtree, to me it just seems like it's done for like the Erdtree specifically, so it might not have existed in like the sense that we might think, but maybe it did. I'm willing to like change my mind about that for sure. Right. Okay, so with the war against the giants being a thing, the giants get all sealed up. They take like the smallest, the weakest giant, and Marika actually places a curse on him. So I've wondered whether or not like the dots all in like the big eye right there could be related to like the sore seals or the scar seals, or like the stuff with like Melena's eye, like they're just given a duty and it just affects their eye. If so, why would the fire giants be different? Of course, like that eye could just be like the power of the flame god or the fell god. So all really contentious stuff there. With the giants defeated, they had the giant's flame sealed, and according to Sergio Flame, the giant's flame is the flame of ruin capable of burning the Erdtree. And so, following the war against the giants, its ruinous blaze was sealed, and guardians were appointed to watch over it. So I don't know how many people like really noticed, but in the Flame Guardians garrison, we have guardians that have like the same type of hoods as like the minor tree sentinel guardians. So there's kind of a relation between like the Erdtree's guardians and like the Flame Guardians, obviously. So I just thought that was a really neat detail because like the fire monks, they don't end up looking anything like these dudes, and the tree guardians are like explicitly tied to the Erdtree, so like their rebirth would be guaranteed. But it doesn't really say anything about the flame guardians, so they're really interesting to me because there's like extremely little about them. Ziona says the weakest giant, that would most likely be Milos. So Milos might have already got before like the end of the war. So maybe Dungeater just found the spine later. Or maybe it comes from a troll, because trolls are giants. But either way, it was like the weakest fire giant, like which is a little bit clearer in the Japanese, I think. I would need to double check because it's been a really long time since I've looked. But that's like what my takeaway was. Erdtree had to be protected from the fire giants. The tree was there, but its safety needed to be guaranteed. I think that's possible, but just for like better or worse, the age of the Erdtree becomes an explicit thing once the war against the giants ends. So that's kind of like where I really like set things up. And part of the reason why I think that becomes relevant is whether or not Godfrey is already Elden Lord. Because I don't remember the descriptions. I probably should have looked at that maybe a bit more, or maybe I should relook at it now. Not like literally right now, but I don't think he's actually Elden Lord up until he brandishes the ring. Or maybe they already had it. I don't know. Yeah, I'll need to like look at that a bit more. But so with the giant's flame sealed, it's implied that the Erdtree can't be burned, but we come into some issues in that we have Ashen Leyndell. So it does bring up the question whether or not Grant's Axe burned the Erdtree, because we don't have any reports of like the giants besieging Leyndell, although they might have done it before Leyndell actually existed, because there is like a portrait that shows the Erdtree without Leyndell around it, so that might be possible. And then there's also the burned minor Erdtree next to the Volcano Manor, and I attribute it to Rykard studying different types of fires, potentially to burn the Erdtree, because he's like against the Golden Order and all that stuff now. So surrounding the estate, we have like the bunch of people inflicted with frenzied flames. Gelmir sorceries themselves are like lava, fiery sorceries, maybe capable of burning the Erdtree. We also have the Godskin Noble appear in the temple there. So I think Rykard was definitely researching fire, and he probably succeeded in burning his own Erdtree. So that would have happened most likely after the Golden Order was established, I think. I guess you could argue that it could have happened beforehand, but I don't know. Definitely a lot of wiggle room there. The Blade of Calling has the same shoutout-like design, similar to a Godskin Peeler. Maybe she turns into a Godskin herself in the Flame of Frenzy ending? I'm missing the train of thought. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I'm going to assume it's like Matthew or Misthew, Marin. The Guardians become what they protect. Kind of, yeah. So like the Tree Guardians became like tree people, but the Flame Guardians don't like just become like super flame people. Actually, I don't remember if they use incantations other than Arganthy, like the chief dude who's like wearing like the ruler's robe or whatnot. But also welcome into the stream. So, yeah, you guys see the Black Flames need to slay gods? Okay. 1 second here. So the Giant's Flame was sealed, and this does call into question some other things with the timeline, so don't take like everything here as like set in stone. I should have probably like been reiterating that as I was going through here. One of the things that it calls into question is whether the Giants were defeated before the Stormlord. The Elden Lord set could imply... Could imply that if this is chronologically written, that the War of the Giants happened first, then Godfrey faced the Stormlord. So it is actually like still unsure when this timeline of events happened. And it's also likely, in my eyes, that Placidusax could have been the Stormlord. And if not Placidusax, there is the potential that like the ruler of Castle Morn could have done it. There are some of those graves in Castle Morn which kind of resemble the ones over here. Like at the very end of the beach, you got like the DS3 reused cut asset. I guess it's not reused. The cut DS3 like tombstones for Castle Morn as well as around Leyndell. So it might have been like the Storm Kingdom could have pre-existed Leyndell. And there's going to be some other things that might have pre-existed Leyndell that we'll talk about in a little bit as well. So Elda says, you think the Stormlord was the last battle worthy of Godfrey as he bested the giants beforehand? And yeah, that's also a strong possibility because we do have like the Smoldering Church thing that talks about like when Godfrey lost his grace and whatnot. So over there. My computer's fan's going, doing all this zooming in and out and streaming. Surprising. All right. Oh, I forgot. 1 second. Duh. Just take it out of Epic Gamer mode. That'll make it quieter. Oops. Oh, okay, puzzle. Thank you. Fold says, if Placidusax was the Stormlord, then yes, the Ice Dragons were already on the mountaintops when the Giants came there, and they came from Grail, so after the 80s came to a downfall. So there is some issues with Borealis' mist, in that in English it says the Ice Dragons were once lords of the mountaintops long ago until they were defeated by the Fire Giants and chased from the peak. So the issue is, in English, there's nothing to say that this is hearsay. Our favorite Japanese phrase, toyu, shows up here. It literally is like, it is said. So, it is said the Ice Dragons were once the lords of the mountaintops long ago, blah, blah, blah. So, it's possible the Ice Dragons were still there, but dragons in general become a bit problematic because Ice Dragons are modern dragons. And it calls into question when the ancient dragons spawned the modern dragons. There could be arguments that like modern dragons could have started coming out of the ancient dragons after the Crucible started to exist, which would kind of conflict with whether or not the Crucible started after the war with the giants or beforehand. There's just always everything that just doesn't actually fit together in a nice little package. Chase Hard Work, welcome in. You really wish we had some DLC with some fresh new lore to confuse us more? Exactly. Corey T, welcome in as well. Speaking of the Halig tree, was there a reason I excluded it from this timeline? Yes, I have a really good reason in that I ran out of time. So yeah, I ran out of time. So as far as I have with like Mikkel and Melania, it's one like sticky note. So yeah, just ran out of time, plain and simple. My apologies. I'll leave the DLC question for later, just because it'll distract, and I do want to go through this. What do we know of the Stormlord? Was he tied to the Eternal Storm of Farum Azula? Maybe a dragon, beast lord, or general? So those are all good questions. Thanks for getting us back on topic. So we do know that the Banished Knights follow the Stormlord, and I talk about this in my last video, that Oleg and Ingval's ashes say that they follow the wings of the storm in English, I think, whereas it's the wings of the Stormlord in Japanese. So Banished Knights followed the Stormlord. The Banished Knights use ancient dragon incantations, some near the Dragon Communion Church, which is a little bit contestable because it's arguable whether or not they followed Dragon Communion either through killing dragons or just consuming the hearts of ones that had been killed by others. It's hard to say. In 1.00, the Banished Knights were explicitly followers of Stormveil, and they were in a lot of other places. So they, instead of all of the Lanedell Knights, it was just all Banished Knights in 1.00. So going along with the Oleg stuff, it ties into Farum Azula potentially existing over Stormveil and all that stuff. So I'll talk about that a little bit more later. So the big takeaway for now is once the giants got all, like, that conflict became settled and all that stuff. It's essentially turns into Godfrey's era, the era of the Erd Tree. And I would say that this is the era of the Crucible during the Age of Plenty. And I know, like, there's a lot of people who would disagree with that, just like right off the bats, but this will be my justification for it going forward. So, starting the Age of Plenty, we have the icon shield. It says it's a great shield painted of the divine scene, the recipients of a blessed tear from the Erd Tree, an item that looks back fondly on the Age of Plenty. So this is where I established, like, this is where we get the Age of Plenty from, and it coincides with, like, the tears. Like, you can even see, like, Marika pouring out the urn, and the tears being collected from the Erd Tree. So, Crimson Amber Medallion. The Erd Tree's old sap becomes amber, treasured as the most precious of jewels in the age of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. A primordial life energy resides inside. So, this primordial bit of life will become relevant, and I think we could very easily equate the jewels to, like, the tears, because when we do go into the minor Erd Tree areas and pick up, like, the items in, like, the little basins there, they're all, like, the cracked tears. So it's just kind of like sap, essentially. Like, what else is going to come out of a tree? So Trina says there's just so much. Yeah. You have a few smaller portions of the timeline you feel relatively well laid in your head, but you mad respect anyone doing the big timeline. Yeah. This is tough. Like, my voice is already feeling it. Tanner Posberg, welcome back in. Long time no see. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. As you might have just heard, my voice. It's feeling it. I need more water and all that. Right. Blessed Dew Talisman, and this will tie into, like, the Crimson Amber Medallion and the Sacred Tear over here. It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erd Tree would drip from its boughs forever, but that age of plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time, the Erd Tree became more an object of faith. So this is just kind of reinforcing, like, the dew and the fact that the Erd Tree's lifespan during this time, the Age of Plenty, was limited, and I think that can be reinforced when we look at the Erd leaf flowers. They start, like, turning brown and stuff instead of, like, staying gold and staying exactly like they are, like poop does, essentially. So I think, like, the Erd leaf flowers are probably from a bygone era, because it says that, like, explicitly on them. I think it says, like, they're from an ancient era, something like that. Sacred tears say, during the age of the Erd Tree, these tears were used to spread the faith, for theirs was once a certain blessing. So all of these tears have a primordial life energy, which I think we can start to equate to the Crucible. So starting with Siluria's tree, the primordial form of the Erd Tree is close in nature to life itself, and this spear modeled on its crucible is imbued with ancient holy essence. So as I've said before, the Crucible is related to the Erd Tree, and this tells us that the Crucible is shaped like a tree, because Siluria's tree is a tree. A little bit of, like, trivia, like, Siluria is the name of an ancient prehistoric age, like in real life, like before, like, the time of the dinosaurs and stuff. And same with Ordovis. These are actual real life eras. They don't match up super well with Elden Ring. I just thought it was really interesting, and all that. But for what it's worth, like, there was life even before these two eras in real life. Ordovis's great sword says, this sword is imbued with an ancient holy essence. Its red tint exemplifies the nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself. So this this topic of, like, primordial life and gold and stuff relates to, like, the Crimson Amber Medallion, like, primordial gold, close in nature to life. This gives us more life, although the other medallions aren't necessarily like life, but whatever. As we go up, the Crucible Knight says, hold the power of the Crucible of life, the primordial form of the Erd Tree. So the primordial form of the Erd tree is a crucible, and it is a tree. Just kind of reinforcing that. And they strengthen the aspects of the crucible incantations. All crucible incantations use sigils of the Erd tree. So there is a definitive link in my eyes between the Crucible of Life and the Erd tree. So before I go over into this section, I'll go back into the chat real quick. 420 Bunny, welcome in. Thank you. Appreciate that. Like poop does, yeah. Newsbane, thank you. Shane asks, so when did the tree stop providing sap, or did it until Marika became prisoned and there's just no one to harvest it? That is a good question. I think the time the Erd tree would have stopped producing sap would be when the nature of the Erd tree was changed once Radagon became the second Elden Lord and sealed destined death, which will tie into this point right here. Crucible Knight, Cambria, when exactly? Magister Ludi says, the Crucible is shaped like many of the three-tiered chandeliers we see prominently featured. Think of all three of the rings of the logo except aligned and stacked on top of each one of another. Yeah, and so actually I think we might be able to see that in one of the Nox things in here. Maybe not. I should probably just leave it alone. Yeah, there's going to be no chandelier there. But yeah, I do know what you're talking about. Like, they do kind of appear in like Nox architecture for whatever reason. Flovian? There's a cut name named Flo, actually, after another prehistoric area. I remember Rico. I don't remember Flovian. A Bloodhound Knight Flo still remains in the game. That's right. Puzzlehead says primordial gold is red. It's confirmed in the Gilded Great Shield. Maybe this is why we see a red-colored grace in the Forbidden Lands, possibly being the grace under the Crucible or Great Tree. KB asks if we're saving the VOD. The answer is yes. I actually don't remember if I turned the VOD on for this, but I am. No, I'm not recording. I'm smart. Hopefully. The answer is hopefully. Good question, though. All right, so yeah, you can. Can you go to sleep? You could if I was smart and remembered what I had enabled. No, I think I did save it. It doesn't say unless live replay, so I think you'll be good to go to bed. And thank you for joining, by the way. Yeah, so to go back to like the concept of red, I think there's like a caveat to that, which I've just kind of stumbled upon recently. So, well, the Gilded Great Shield, did I really not put a picture of the Gilded Great Shield? I didn't even include the text for it. I'm so smart. The thing that I mention every single time when I talk about the primordial gold and all that. All right, let me pull up the text and read it out loud. The red tinge and the gold coat mirrors the primordial matter that became the Urchi, the color of homeward yearning. Oh, man. And we also talked about this on my Discord over the weekend, because I've known about it for a while. I just didn't share it because, I don't know, I'm a jerk. No, there's no real reason for it, but there's a bit of a big discrepancy in the description for the Gilded Great Shield in that rather than saying, okay, I have it. So I don't have my English with it, do I? No, okay. So this is the Gilded Great Shield. The English says, rather than being the primordial matter that became the Ur tree, the Japanese is closer to the coating of the Great Shield imitates the genesis or the beginning of the Ur tree, and it possesses a red hue. It is the color of reminiscence. So, yeah, it follows like the beginning of the golden tree, which is the Erd tree. So it has like a red color, a red flavor, essentially. So big difference that like the English for it saying like primordial matter that became Erdtree makes it more sound like the Crucible is like a primordial soup, but it doesn't actually come across quite the same way in the Japanese, unfortunately. Thank you, Solanthropus. Wow, I just can't read, or I can't pronounce right now. Tongue-tied. Crunchy says, the red tint of the gold coat mirrors the primordial matter that became the Erdtree, the color of Homer. Okay, you posted it in. So yeah. Well, it does say it's red tinged. I think the issue that I had for a while was like I expected like a more vivid red on the outside of the Erdtree and whatnot. But after looking at like the Ordovis's Vortex and Siluria's Woe, yeah. Funny thing, like Woe and Vortex are the same word. Like it should be Siluria's Vortex, just like Ordovis's Vortex. He uses the same kanji, but they're just named differently for whatever reason. So if you actually use those skills, they're gold colored, but they're not quite as yellow as some of the other ones. So for a long time, I thought like they should have been like a darker red, kind of like the Ancient Dragon's Lightning. But what I'm coming to think now is that the Ancient Dragon's Lightning and whatnot might actually just be like even more tinged with life, the power of it, than like the Erdtree or like the Gilded Primordial Gold. It's probably like super concentrated primordial gold is one of the thoughts that I've had recently. Colo RPG, welcome in. You say, you must disagree with this timeline. Farum Azula is likely earlier than everything else. So I understand where you're coming from with that. I did like preface that as we started that like it's just like a visual representation of some things, that it's not like perfect. So I wasn't trying to say that like the dragons and whatnot don't already exist. I just haven't had time to like actually like finish everything. This is just like when like Placidusax and the demi-humans are like most relevant in terms of like item descriptions and like the prehistory, and everything like before this is just kind of like missing essentially. So you just kind of have to like fill in the gaps yourself. So this isn't to say like dragons didn't exist during this time. It's just like, yeah, hopefully that makes sense. So, yeah, the old Crucible incantations are explicitly red. So, going back to that idea of redness, I think that's supposed to tie into Destined Death, because once the Golden Order appears, like the redness disappears from the Crucible. So, I just think those are the most likely link. And with Destined Death existing and the Erdtree having a kind of life limit, I think we can safely say like the Godskins also existed, and consequently enough, the Godskin Noble set does reinforce what the other items over here have been saying, that nobles are the most ancient apostles who are said to have assimilated in human physiology, not unlike the Crucible, the Erdtree in its primordial form. So the Godskins don't necessarily have to be connected to the Crucible, that they are not unlike. That doesn't necessarily mean that they were influenced by it. The important takeaway is that the Crucible is the Erdtree in its primordial form, as said in the Godskin Noble set, as well as the Crucible Knight set. The Crucible Horn Shield says something else. The Crucible Horn Shield says like it is red tinged gold, but it doesn't explain it the same way that the Gilded Great Shield does. So the Crucible Knight armor, it's got tinges of red in it, but it's not like super red as you might have expected, or at least not as much as I expected based on like what they actually say. All right, everybody. I'm going to take a quick break to let the dogs out because they need to go out, and get some water in the meantime. So see you in a bit. But no, I'm a goober. There's no defending myself. Rip my humanity. Now I have to go back and pick up my souls. And then this is the kind of noob trap setup killer. If we try to come this way, the boulder comes crashing through. And then you just fight a bunch of Cabra demons, a bunch of Taurus demons, and so having another recycled... Why is that back now? Well, you got by the oldest one in the book. Venom says, when you started this playthrough, you mentioned how obvious the ball rolling trap was, and I thought he's going to fall for it on a second trip through the asylum. I figured he probably didn't have a lot of hits with this byhander. Wait, what? That's actually really, really funny. Just straight up assassinated right there. Okay. Let's go get our damn souls back. So now we should have a little time to read chat. Nix what I said about the souls, guys. So if I remember correctly, you actually just need to walk off here. You don't run. Because that screwed me up for a while. Well, sometimes I just get stubborn. Which I really shouldn't do on stream. I tell myself not to do it on stream, and then I end up doing it anyway. Alright. Or then I say, let's play smarter, and then I continue to do the exact stupid thing that got me in the situation in the first place. There's our stairs over there. Damn it! I think I should survive the fall. Unless we get hit by, like, the skull again. I was wrong. Oh, that jerk. So much for preserving my humanity. Pinwheel's like the Volnir of Dark Souls 1. His appearance and lore seem super cool, but kind of a joke fight. So does he just like clone himself infinitely or something? No. Oh shit, he killed him. Okay. I didn't even see him hit him. The Tomb of the Giants is a pretty scary area, especially on a first playthrough. I'll just go ahead and say it so we get cursed. I do kind of remember the layout of the area, but a lot of the specifics are hard to remember. Byhander, and I think as we start to go down now we get shot at, if we're not being shot at right now. Okay. I thought there was a way to fall there. Shows how well I actually remember that layout. Actually, let's try to be smart for once. Wait, I don't think I have any of the prism stones. That's all of my stones are in Dark Souls 3. I think it's a little bit further to the left. Spamming the R2. We said we're going to go about this normal style. It's actually going this way. And then we slide down here. And make a right. Oh, it's this one, isn't it? That we just dropped down. Okay, so I was misremembering where. So now we should be like right by the bonfire. It's like down there, yeah. See, I do kind of remember where I'm going, I just don't remember the specifics. I almost stepped off the cliff right then. Okay.
If I do go hollow, then finish me off. I beg of you.
But at the very least, with Miyazaki's interviews, I mean, I guess it doesn't, like, dispute the idea that, dragons are abyssal. But, he says, like, where'd she go? She really just killed herself. Bruh. Oh, shnikes, the third one scared the crap out of me. I got by the HUD. Alright, so now we're out of here. Now we just have to deal with all the bone wheels, which have killed me a lot. So out of the frying pan into the fire, essentially. Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? Damn it! Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. The goal was in sight. She's pretty OP. Yeah. Especially since melee is really garbage against the Moonlight Butterfly, and she's a caster, she'll probably do a lot of work. Oh, crap. Well, we did it, boys. The soul of the Moonlight Butterfly and some humanity. I didn't even look at Beatrice, did I? We'll see her again for, like, the Four Kings, I suppose. So, GG, Moonlight Butterfly. I forgot, like, I'm not ridiculously low-leveled. That still died way faster than I expected, especially with the co-op thing going on. Alright, let me get this prize, the Watchtower Basement Key, and the Divine Ember, and Homeward Bone. So we can go back to... oh, damn it. Damn Moonlight Butterfly. I really wish I could say I planned that just for the content. But no, I'm a goober. Alright, everybody. I am back. Hope you all enjoyed the highlights. It's been a long time since I've streamed, actually. There's a question that I wanted to answer. What was AFK? Or was it? Yeah, I hate myself and want to die. Welcome into the stream. You asked if the red cube of Destined Death has any connection to the red of Primordial Gold. I think the answer is yes. Because as I mentioned before the time of the Golden Order, the Blessed Dew Talisman and the Erdleaf flowers imply that the Erd Tree itself was subject to death, or at least like having like a regular life cycle. So that's where I would get my answer for that. Because once the Golden Order came and Destined Death was sealed, they didn't really have to worry about that anymore. And so the Erd Tree was kind of eternal at that point. And I think it relates to like the Godskins and all that. So I do think there is a kind of a relationship, not necessarily like a direct relationship, but a kind of kinship between what's talked about in the Godskin Noble set and the Crucible Knight set. And I know you guys had mentioned like rust and stuff. I will probably talk about that more in the next video, but yeah, the term for rust in Japanese is also like the characters for red and gold, but that makes it more fun trying to, well, not all versions of rust are red and gold, but one of them, but yeah. Crunchy says, the gold sigils keep getting simpler. Crucible incantations are elaborate. Erd Tree less so. Golden Order very simple. Maybe they've always been cutting things out like Destined Death and other stuff like Rats. So yeah, I think those are important points. And trying to remember where a good place would be to talk about it would be, I guess now. All right, I'll talk about like becoming more and more simple over time after I catch up with chat. The Nox created a finger slayer and apparently used it, so Farum Azula, or where their fingers are still given, must have been before the Nox. So maybe, yeah, I've wondered whether or not it's like the Nox that eventually killed Placidus Axe's lord, but yep, that's it. I've just wondered. Don't know for sure. Fernando, welcome in. Maybe Marika and Radagon equals 5 fingers, and that's why they can make the sword. I don't think it'd be the 5 fingers, but I have wondered, since like the Cinco Dia says that it came from the 5 fingers potentially, that Marika's 2 fingers might have been 5 fingers. Maybe, who knows? Have we figured out what all the symbols are in the tattoo section of the character creator? There's some you can't place for the life of you. I think the answer is yes. I think there might have been like 1 or 2 that were obscure, but they were probably figured out by now. I don't remember if Sinister Stromboli covers like the tattoos in his videos, but he does go over like almost all of the crests in Elden Ring that are definitely worth checking out. Marika is most certainly silver tier. I've definitely wondered it. The tiers are called Marika's lineage in the game files? I thought it was Radagon. You think Newman or Amber people? Maybe. Teen Seth doesn't think that the internal names are necessarily indicative of canon, and that their opinion is that canon is information available through the normal gameplay on current patch. I think that's a fair definition if you're going to go with it. Yeah, dealing with cut content is always a bit tricky because it can inform what we know of the current game, but at the end of the day, stuff could have been cut for a reason. So I just treat it as like, if it can inform more on what we know, I give it a little bit more weight. But if it doesn't, I don't know. It's a little bit hypocritical, I guess. But that's how people are, I guess. So you see cut content as something interesting, as an interesting insight into earlier development drafts and the process more than anything that should be the keystone of a lore theory. I agree with that. As for Kalo RPG's questions, like, you can't really disprove, or you can't prove a negative. So it's kind of hard to interact with that. Like, we can't disprove something just because it's just kind of how it works sometimes. All right, so what was I saying in relation to Red and Gold? Oh yeah, simpler, becoming more and more simple. So you guys brought up some really good questions as to like why I don't think the Erdtree / Crucible would have existed prior to the Giants. I think what Godfrey did definitely altered things. So there might have been a tree, but I don't think it was the Crucible either. And the reason for that would be, as soon as the Crucible comes into existence, all life starts blending together. To me, I don't think we have really good examples of life being quote-unquote blended together before the Crucible. Of course, it's contentious whether or not like the Beastmen were products of the Crucible or not. My answer would be no. Like, I don't think the Beastmen were blended together the same way that we can see like the Misbegotten or the Omen. So even if things were maybe converging somewhat to some degree before the war against the Giants, I feel like once Godfrey's age of being the Elden Lord came into fruition, it really kicked things up to 11, and that's when like the Crucible would have gone into overdrive. Obviously, I'm using a little bit more tempered language there. I don't think the Crucible existed in the same form up until this point. So once the Crucible comes in, that's when we get Misbegotten, we get Omen. I've wondered whether or not like the reason Godwyn doesn't look like Morgott and Moog is because he might have been born before Godfrey became like the full Elden Lord, because he looks very human in like the intro cutscene. I actually got a picture over here. If it ever scrolls. So he looks way, way, way more humanoid there than either Morgott or Moog. So I'm not saying that is definitely the case. That's just kind of one thing that I've like tried to piece together. So that's kind of part of my rationale for like why the Crucible really kicks in with the Age of Plenty. Because with all life blending together, it just kind of seems to work out more to me that it's related to the Crucible and Godfrey specifically. I should probably add more to like the section to kind of flesh that out. Just if I ever wanted like the board to stand alone. But yeah, I digress. LJ Chapman, welcome in. In the I Ching, 23 means breaking apart the 5 fingers, splitting to 2 and 3 fingers? Maybe. I like the idea of the 5 fingers. We just don't really have a lot of evidence for it, other than the Cicadilla. And even like that one is ambiguous. And of course, like there's some people also think like the 5 fingers could be representative of the one great as well. And also, thank you for the I Ching reference. Kylo, are you asking me directly about the Glowmite Queen or other stuff? Or somebody like else in chats? Oh, you're probably asking Puzzleheaded. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and move on for now. So yeah, I think once Godfrey comes in, the Age of Plenty starts. We do get some questions about like the origin of like the Stormlord and all that, but after some period of time, I think the rest of the Golden lineage would have been born. Moog and Margit. We mentioned that before, and I would say that Leyndell was created shortly after the Age of Plenty started, or like whatnot. Did I not put in the? I did not put in the picture. All right, so there's the portrait. Oh yeah, I talked about it earlier. I'm gonna have to definitely look it up now. Oh, it's literally right here. Okay, 1 second. So this is a picture of the Erd tree. To me, it looks like it's standing up straight. Maybe this is the quote-unquote primordial gold because it's like darker yellow than just like super bright yellow of the one that we see today. But I mean, this painting is super faded, so like don't really try to hold me to that. I'm just kind of like spitballing here. But as we like look lower here, we don't see Leyndell. These almost don't even really look like there's any buildings. They just kind of look like all of the stuff that's like around Stormvale, like the big sheer cliffs, a little bit of Rhea Lucaria, and definitely like the Volcano Manor. So like there was a period in the Erd Tree's history where like Leyndell didn't exist, which will kind of like shoot down a little bit of some of my theories in the future here, but maybe this is also like the wrong vantage point of the Erd Tree. Stuff could have changed after the Shattering, and maybe these are supposed to be buildings, but they just don't look like it rather. But yeah, I don't know. But again, during this period, the Erd Tree is upright. When we like zoom in, maybe these are flaws in the Erd Tree, but I think that's more of like supposed to be the painting than the Erd Tree itself, because like it's cracking very visibly up there, even like over here. So yeah, I think the Erd Tree being upright shows that it's in a bit of a different state than what we see in the final game. And my hypothesis for that would be the Erd Tree probably started to like tilt and whatnot if it got disconnected from its roots after the Shattering. So that'll tie into like the Great Tree stuff, which I actually didn't put into the timeline here. But I do talk about in my video about the Great Tree and all that. Rosa says, now this is just wild speculation, but maybe the state of the primordial world was big life soup on the surface, the Nox below ground, and the ancient dragons and the storm above. It's interesting, but I think one issue with one issue with that is like the Nox were above ground because we do have like all their like little rises and stuff, and they were banished at some point after they came into the bad graces of the Two Fingers and the Greater Will, I guess. V Limit says you're a huge fan of how many cutscenes get random close-ups of the hands of the bosses. For sure, it's actually useful when you're like trying to look at like Rykard's hands. I was actually looking at his hands like last night, I think, or maybe this weekend. I looked at them just because they kind of look like the finger creepers. Fernando says that they think Placidus Axe is life blended together. He waits for his god like the fingers. Beyond time, he uses gold breath, crumbles like Newman, has 5 fingers. So yeah, Placidus Axe is interesting in that regard because with the multiple heads and just like the actual position of its body, it is kind of like reminiscent of not only like a strand of DNA, but also like the chambers of a heart. If he's missing 2 heads or 3 heads, is a bit of a contentious topic. I'm of the opinion that it's 2, but it could be 3 heads. The reason why that I would say he might only be missing 2 heads is just because like the Old Lord's talisman only shows like 4 heads depicted on it, whereas some people think like he's got an extra neck on the actual model. Whatever the case, I like the idea of there being 4 or more because that would like match up like the actual ventricles of the heart. I'm blinking on my anatomy. I'm sorry. For all you healthcare professionals. My thoughts on Blue Silver will definitely be highlighted extensively in the next video whenever I get that out, which I'm not sure how long it's going to take because I need to review some things, to be honest. And I want to get like things as right as I can with this limited information that we have. Maybe the Crucible is more like a disaster. I don't think so because it sounded a lot more stable, and I think it would just be the entire time of Godfrey's reign. And to be fair, like Godfrey's reign might be fairly short because it sounded like he was at war the entire time. But yeah. Has every Elden Lord needed a maiden like Marika? If so, who was in Marika's place before Marika arrived? Those are all really good questions. Like I was saying earlier, because Godfrey is called like the first Elden Lord by the like multiple items, I'm just gonna have to take it at face value. So I don't think there's an Elden Lord in the same capacity that Godfrey is. Do you think there's any narrative importance to the fact that you can only see Farum Azula from the isolated Divine Tower? Is it covered with clouds? I know Farum Azula is far like to the east. You can see Farum Azula from other vantage points in the game. But yeah, I would have to like double check the isolated tower. Soon TM, exactly. Some of the Crucible not talisman items imply there was a devolution leading to the Crucible in your opinion. Let me double check one of those. Born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained. So the way that I look at it is... Wait. I remember having to look that up. Let me double check it. Oh, like atavism, yeah. Senzo guy, that makes sense. Yeah, so devolution. I'm distracting myself. I don't know what I was thinking anymore. Okay. When you think of the Crucible, you think of the frame from Berserk where it says Dark Souls. Is it covered with clouds? It's just invisible? You can't see it from the lands between. Wait, so you're saying you can't see Farum Azula from it, or that you can't see anything else other than Farum Azula from it? You might be misremembering. Okay. I'll need to double check for sure. Speaking of the isolated Divine Tower, what's with that waterfall in the middle of the ocean spanning from Altus to Caelid? So that might be a product of the Shattering. I've wondered. It's really interesting to me as well. Like, there's just a big-ass crack in the earth. Pun intended, I guess. I don't know, whatever. And Cola brings up a good point that Farum Azula was probably on the ground and only began floating after it got hit with the meteorite. Yeah, I think that's a good reading. We don't know what that meteorite is or was. It's possible that meteorite was the Elden Ring, if we take like the Elden Stars description to be accurate, but yeah. So going back to like the timeline here, once like the golden lineage was born, we have Leyndell being probably created around the same time. I don't know when exactly this stuff started and ended, which is like why it's in purple as opposed to like what I would say like the more factual teal style blue or whatever. I have wondered whether or not parts of Leyndell were built upon a previous kingdom. And the reason for that is when you like look at the round table hold and whatnot, it's made of an entirely different kind of like architecture and like brick type than everything else in Leyndell. Like this is like the normal style Leyndell, I guess, if you want to call it that. This is the ramparts to Leyndell, and as for like coming into Leyndell, we've got like the Divine Tower statue guys on it, and like the brick just does not match up with that. And so to go along with that, there are actually some sigils of the Elden Ring on the bridge, but it doesn't really match up with the Elden Ring of either the of Godfrey's reign, like the Erd Tree, or what I would say like the Golden Order. So this is what is on the Royal Highway, which is like starting from Leyndell, going all the way down to Raya Lucaria, from Raya Lucaria to Stormvale, and then from Stormvale to Castle Morn for whatever reason. And like it just stops at Castle Morn's wall. Like it's not even really a gate. It's really annoying. So yeah. So this is what appears on the Royal Highway. Did I group them together? So I will ungroup them just to kind of like show you guys. I think it's possible that the Royal Highway Elden Ring sigil is supposed to be like the one in Farum Azula. So I'm going to just shrink this down a little bit. Is that about the same size? Maybe a little bit bigger for the feng shui. Hopefully I lined this up pretty well. Alright, so Royal Highway, regular. Maybe like a little bit. Oops. Oh, I didn't like line it up perfectly. Okay. But hopefully like that was good enough to just show you guys that I think there's that possibility that it's just like missing kind of like the extra stuff, like some of the ways that the Erd Tree incantations don't fully match up like with each other. Like some of them are more ornate than others. I can actually show off some pictures of that if I need to. All right, so what is like chat's opinion on like the little sigils here? I'm a little bit curious to hear. Oh, Crunchy, you can see Farum Azula from other places. You can see it in Caelid, I'm pretty sure. It might just depend on the time of day. Because you can see like the storms were way off in the east. Maybe Farum Azula contacted the Elden Ring. Fernando, thank you for joining if you need to sleep. Sweet dreams and all that. Teen Sith's theory is that the Round Table Hold is the first proper settlement in Leyndell area and everything else is built upon it. Yeah, that's a good possibility as well. And There are like actual graves in Lanedell, which is part of the reason why I would say like Destined Death must have still been a thing. Like, it didn't seem like that there was always Erdtree burial. I'm not entirely sold on the idea that Erdtree burial only came into fashion with like the Golden Order, but maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I still need to like parse through that entirely for myself. The bald guy's Elden Ring? You think Marika taking the Death Rot blood made the ring smaller? I think she did take out Destined Death, but um, yeah. So I guess we could also like potentially compare like this sigil to Godfrey's one. Let me pull up one of the incantations here. Okay, so this will be like a good example of what I was talking about with like the ornateness of the sigils themselves. Maybe that one's a little bit too bright. So this is like the symbol of the Erdtree. It shows up like everywhere for like the obviously for the Erdtree and like Godfrey and Marika. So like you can even see the symbol in like the Chapel of Anticipation, like right before the statue of Marika. So this is like what I would say would be like the really big representation of it. And then if we go to the protection of the Erdtree, it's similar, like it's the same sigil, but it's a lot less ornate. So my thought process would be that the Royal Highway sigil might be to the Farum Azula Elden Ring what protection of the Erdtree is to either like Erdtree Heal or Blessing of the Erdtree. But that's just a theory. You can fill in the rest. What's with the squiggly patterns in the OG Elden Ring? You used to think they depicted roots, but after seeing all the weird snake imagery with Marika, you changed the mind of them being snake coils. They might be roots. But again, this might also be the Elden Ring of one with Destined Death. Depending on like how we incorporate Malekith having Destined Death and what that might have dealt with Godfrey. I don't know, man. It's all weird. The squiggles are rune arcs. That's another good guess. Rosa says tangentially it makes sense the Royal Highway goes to Castleborn because we know Godfrey conquered the place, so the road was probably built in the wartime to move Lanedell army south. You're not wrong. My only like contention about that is just like it goes into Castlemorn's wall. Like the wall is broken, but it's just kind of funny. Actually, that might be just like a sign of them not giving a damn. Just because like we're so badass, we don't even need to fix what we broke. I don't know. Kool-Aid man. The beastmen are buried on the stone like the Erdtree root, so the tree to you is like a replacement for Farum Azula. I'll need to think about the idea of them being like buried in the stone more, just because like there are the dragons there. So, all right, moving beyond just like the Erdtree symbolism. Aside from that, we do have the quote unquote like Chloranthy symbol of Japan's like imperial chrysanthemum in places like Farum Azula, where we have our like a little Stormhawk, Farum Azula. That'll show up in Lanedell as well, and this will also be found all along the highway between Lanedell and Raya Lucaria. So I didn't double check the rest of Raya Lucaria, but this is right outside the elevator to go up, and I'm not saying like, oh, Raya Lucaria is also like part of like Farum Azula. I'm saying like the path might have already been laid out before everything like came together. There is also the interesting tidbit of like the kanji for like Farum Azula at times is like, I think it is called the Royal Capital in the same way that Lanedell is at times. So just to like reiterate and tie it all together, if the chrysanthemum represents the imperial royalty and or Marika, if it appears in Farum Azula, and Leyndell, it would just kind of tie into some of the other random things that I was talking about way earlier in the stream with like Marika and Malekith being explicitly related to Farum Azula as well. So one other thing for us to all think on and despair over. Destined death might just represent the yoking of the universe to the greater will, and before that, will people just die like in the real world rather than due to a heavenly plan? I don't know about that, just because like the stars were also said to be the guides of the moon was supposed to be the guides of stars. I think it's possible to look at stars as like metaphors for souls and spirits, like returning to the lands not between, if that makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. Crunchy says the version of the four circles doesn't have a central anchor rune. You wonder if that's significant. Maybe. I'll need to like look into the whole anchor rune terminology now that you bring it up. Not that like I doubt there's anything wrong with it. I'm just wondering if there's like any extra significance to it that I might have like overlooked. So yeah, going back to the idea that Leyndell could have come from a previous kingdom, as I mentioned before, and as like Rosa had brought up with like the road going to Castle Morn, there is the sets of gravestones outside Leyndell, which line up almost perfectly with the one in Castle Morn. There's the potential that Castle Morn housed the Storm King, like that could have been the last person that Godfrey fought. We do have a monument down there as well. So some things do align. So yeah, this is like the Castle Morn graveyard. And there we go. So there is that potential connection. So maybe the Morn Kingdom was like in Leyndell before Leyndell became Leyndell. And as Godfrey says, like a crown is warranted with strength. He could have just killed them all and made himself Lord. It's very on theme with like the Crucible and stuff. So, yeah, I guess I'll just talk about it a little bit now. So going back to like the idea of the Crucible and like blending all life together, one thing I have wondered is if going back to the idea of red being like the primordial color and it being explicitly tied to life, and dragons potentially having like extra red life because they're like the most dense gold beings in the universe. If the Crucible is blending everything together, could they be taking the gold, the red gold of the dragons and giving it to everybody else? Is that why everything is becoming more evolved? Because like the dragons are intelligent? Those are some thoughts. Super red gold of dragons being imparted into the Erd Tree, giving it a reddish hue, I think is another possible way to read things. But yeah, I'll just leave that there for now because I haven't fully fleshed out that thought. And Elda says, making a destined death seems to you like stagnation, while whatever form of transmigration or samsara might be more of a healthy flow. I think it's the opposite. I think destined death is flow. Because if destined death is removed, just like take this cup as an example, if the cup represents life, but it doesn't get tipped over, the water within it will stay within the vessel for it. But if destined death comes over and knocks over the glass, the soul and whatnot can flow out of it into another cup down below or whatever. So that would be one way that I think about it. Teen Sith asks, wasn't the moon stars guiding thing ambiguous as to who was guiding whom in the Japanese? I don't recall. I don't remember if that question came up. I could look at it later. Kolo, I know what you're talking about with like the pictures of like the skeletons into the rocks and stuff. I just don't know whether or not like those are ornamental and like made after the fact that they'd already died, just because they're like all uniform and stuff. Whereas like the dragons within the stones of Farum Azula are like they seem a bit more natural. Whereas yeah, I would say like that way. Like the pillars seem unnatural, whereas like the dragons and the stones seem natural. So I just don't know how to feel about it. Kolo brings up a good point that the Erd Tree and Moon were kind of seen as equivalent at some point. So yeah, eventually the Erd Tree did bind like the moon to itself, which will be in the description for the telescope, which I didn't get to like fit into here. So beyond like Langdell, Stormveil was created. We kind of know this came fairly later in the timeline just because we do have the one depiction of the Divine Tower without Stormveil there. So Stormveil had to be created at some point, and the storm eventually either came over Stormveil or Stormveil was built in its vicinity. I don't exactly know how that all fits together. So, and during the time of the Crucible, there are some questions in terms of when worship of Marika and the Elden Ring became more widespread. We do have the converted Fringed Tower, which has the statue of Marika within it, which is a little bit different from the other Nox Towers because they don't have this imagery. I think there might be one other one in like Northeast Liurnia. Actually, I don't remember what's in the middle. No, I'm pretty sure that there is another Marika statue in that one with like next to the carrion troll by the Frenzied Flame Village. Anyway, so what this shows to me is that the worship of Marika is not native to the Nox, and these structures should have, logically predated the religion that Marika led. So hopefully that makes sense. And then I just put a picture of Raya Lucaria here and the Nox Towers to just kind of like show that they still exist somewhere in the timeline. We don't know when they first appear, when they get banished, but hey, Nox exist, guys. Oh yeah, and Puzzlehead brings up a good point that the grave kind of resembles like the fingerprints of the fingerprint shield. I've wondered about that myself, and I know Lance McDonald has pointed out like these are assets that they tried to put into Dark Souls 3, or like they're at least in the Dark Souls 3 files that they never used of like the big ass graves. So I don't know how to feel about like the fingerprints. Maybe they put them in Elden Ring, maybe they have some significance. I just don't really know where that all fits in because the fingerprints like appearance kind of also matches like some lava in something else that I just can't remember what it is off the top of my head. Like I was looking at something else and I was like, oh, this also looks like a fingerprint, but it was like lava based. It might have been around Volcano Manor, maybe around where Alexander was, but don't quote me, I guess. Kolo asks, what if the Erd Tree, Farum Azula, and the Moon are the same? They're all like the regal ancestor spirits, just for absorbing souls. I think they might have similar purposes. I think it might be possible to equate Farum Azula to the sun, and if so, that would like potentially tie into Destined Death because it gets eclipsed by a moon that will appear black. A black moon eclipses a sun to drain it of its color and stop Destined Death. So there is a good reason to suggest that there's a push and a pull relationship, a tidal, I guess, relationship between Farum Azula and the Nox. It might be also to argue that the Nox could have killed Placidus Axe's god or whatnot based on that kind of relationship. But I don't like. There's nothing explicit. This is all just super speculative headcanon that's fun to think about, but at the end of the day, not terribly substantial. Devices, okay. Not disease, okay. So you think they're like devices for absorbing souls. So yeah, it might be possible. And another thought is like Sinister Stromboli would mention like he thinks like the Erd Tree and its like first function would be like to absorb the souls of the dead, maybe underground or whatnot, and take them up through the trunk and into the heavens because it's like it's a world tree. I think that makes sense because if you're in the lands between, it would make sense for your souls to like go elsewhere because I think that the lands between I don't think I mentioned this. It's kind of like the axis mundi of the universe, and the term like Hasama for like Hasama no Chi for the lands between is also what's like used for the nexus in Demon Souls. So I was a little bit surprised to find out that like George R.R. Martin came up with lands between specifically, but just in general, I think like you could look at the lands between as like a limbo of sorts, like a life after death maybe, because like we die as a tarnished and then we end up in the lands between. We go out to live in the world according to Marika when she takes Godfrey's grace, and then once we die we will come back. I've wondered recently whether or not like the very opening like cutscene sequence, like whether or not our tarnished wakes up in the middle of the Erd Tree, because like just like the the environment surrounding them, there's not a whole lot there. There's that big blinding light, which is kind of similar to the way that like we entered the boss room with Marika and Radagon, but I don't really know. That's just kind of some of my thoughts on that. Puzzleheaded said, any thoughts on the destruction in Stormvale? You used to think the Stormlord attacked, but there's internal damage that tangibly couldn't have come from the outside. The castle is actually rotting. So that's a really good question. I think it's a little bit too pronged in terms of like Stormvale was obviously attacked by dragons because you got like the claw marks going that would suggest dragons. If Placidusax was the Stormlord, it would make sense that Stormvale would have fought the Stormlord and like dragons. It just kind of matches up that way. But as for like all of the black and whatnot, I think that would have happened much later, and it has to deal with Deathroot specifically. What item talks about it? Talks about like the grafting curse. Like people think like they're like Stormvale is cursed, but they think it's due to the curse of grafting. But it's really like the curse of the thing more that's like more sinister deep within it. Like it references, or rather, it doesn't reference. It like hints that it's going to be like the thing lurking beneath Stormvale, which is the visage of the Death Prince of Godwyn. So it's Deathroots. And to just go along with that, the term for like the the marred leather shield that like the Exile Knights uses the same term, a Mushibamu, which I talk about a lot and is going to keep coming up. I probably need to make my own video about it specifically. Mushibamu is like worm-eaten, and it comes up in things related to Deathroot, Deathblight, Godwyn, and the Eclipse. It all uses like the same kanji. So I think Stormvale was attacked by dragons, maybe during the war against the giants with like Leyndell and whatnot. Or maybe the Stormlord if Godfrey had to fight him. And after the fact, it just kept crumbling once Deathroot spread through the land after the shattering. So, sorry for being a little bit long-winded and repetitive about that. Right, and El Gusto brings up a good point that George may have only come up with the name, not necessarily the concept. I think that's a fair statement or theory, but that's all it is. It's a theory. We don't know for sure. And that's the fly in the ointment, as they say. The Darkling plane where we wake up? Could you elaborate, LJ? In A Song of Ice and Fire, one big concept is only death may pay for life. Something has to die so that something else can live, the circle of life. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's also kind of been something that's like very in tune with like a lot of FromSoft's other games as well, like Dark Souls especially. All right. So as I was saying, like Farum Azula was likely over Stormveil. We do have the Stormhawk King. The Stormhawk King is like the Stormhawk Lord in the same way that Sarash is referred to like the Beast Lord and Placidus Axe is referred to as Dragon Lord. I know some people think that like the Stormhawk King might have been the ruler over Stormveil, but in my last video I talk about how I don't think that's very likely because the Storm Lord is like most likely Placidus Axe just based on like the Banished Knights and whatnot. And the Stormhawk King ruled over the Stormhawks as a lord, not necessarily all others as sovereign, as the English kind of says directly. So Stormhawk Dean serves Godfrey when the true storm raged over Stormveil. So it rendered lifelong service to the old king of Stormveil long ago when the true storm raged. I don't really think that there was a king of Stormveil before Godfrey, because there's no... Well, actually, no, I take that back now. But hold on, let me finish the one thought and then I'll go back. So when we go into Castle Stormveil, we do have like a ton of pictures of like Godfrey and the Banished Knights all grouped up together. So let me just pull this up real quick. So we've got a picture of Godfrey. We have a picture of a Stormhawk that's just kind of obstructed by the picture of the Banished Knights. What was I saying? Oh yeah. And so because there's so many portraits and actual literal statues of Godfrey like behind the throne of Stormveil, I think it's extremely natural to infer that he is the king of Stormveil and they might not have had any others. Although recently I have discovered that the commander's the commander's standard of like Neil and O'Neill, they're kind of obviously related to Banished Knights, but I found the sigil in Stormveil itself, which kind of, you know, still suggests that like the Banished Knights might have followed Godfrey, but one could also argue that because these sigils appear here, that Godfrey might have taken over the Stormlord's castle, and Stormveil could have originally belonged to the Stormlord, although it's been mostly scrubbed clean. Let me look real quickly here for the standards. Okay, I found him. So in the Rampart Tower, beneath it, like in the big ass wall section, these little bird-like looking things, dragons, I don't really know what to make of them. They look more like birds because they have like feathers or fire coming out of them, like, you know, the Banished Knight squiggly lines. This is the only indication, other than like a few carpets in like the room with Marika's Mischief and right before the Divine Tower with the 4 Banished Knight sets, of a standard for like something else. So let me look up my comparison photo just to show you guys real quick. I've taken too many photos. It's got to be around here. No, I'm blind. Is this it? No, those are trees. Yeah, I'm gonna give it like 30 more. Oh, just found it. Okay. So this is the standard for like the Commander standard. It's kind of hard to make out, but it is like the same thing. This one's obviously on a field of red. I don't think that's like terribly significant. I have another picture of it, like compared to the actual like carpet or like the rugs in Stormvale that I'm just not seeing right now. Damn. All right, I'll give up on that. Let me read chat. So you guys scrolling. So yeah, Rosa brings up a really good point that I was just thinking about yesterday, actually. That something really interesting to her is that you've never seen anybody cover that although we see shipwrecks off of many of the coasts, there aren't any ports, shipyards, or intact water vessels in the game. So I was looking at Castle Morn because it's like, how did they siege it? Did they just go around the wall? There's a little bit of a jumping spot that you can get to. Obviously, like there's like the big break in the wall, but it just seemed more compelling to me that an actual like military campaign would be more likely to use a naval attack because we do have like Godfrey going on ships outside of the lands between, so it would have made the most sense to me. But yeah, just in general, there really aren't ports or anything like that. So, but to be fair, like FromSoft is not actually like the most realistic game designers, and I just kind of take it as like a kind of a oddity or like an oversight rather than anything like indicative of how we should interpret the state of events in the lands between. Elder Gusto says the lands between is just a dumbed down name of things betwixt in Dark Souls 2. So yeah, like the concept comes up quite a bit in their games. The Nexus, things betwixt. The Godwin under Stormvale, any thoughts? People say Deathroot, but that corpse is missing eyes. The pustule description only says facial flesh or visage from he who used to be called Godwin. Does that mean he was flayed? So Godwin is really problematic because his curse mark ends up in Summonwater Village, which would imply that if his body were anything like Ronnie's, that his body should have been there as well. But arguably we have his body underneath Langdell in the Deeproot Depths. So yeah, I think the probably the best way to understand Godwin is his body is literally expanding. Like he doesn't have a soul, but whatever is left of him, it's not just in one place. It's literally everywhere in the lands between, and even like Farum Azula somehow, which we might get to later. Tina says that you think Godwin is cloning himself. Yeah, that might be. I don't even think like it's him doing it intentionally. I think like he died, but the Erd Tree won't let his body die, and it keeps forcibly reviving him for him. There's like no pilot, and it's just kind of like it's a weed essentially that'll like choke the lands between to death. Which is why I think Marika might have been like forced to do the shattering. Like as it says in like the intro, she was driven to the brink. But thanks, Bubby. I don't know if you guys heard that. But that okay. So yeah, so I think Marika was forced into her position, but that's just like a theory. It's what makes the most sense to me as to what triggered the shattering. But there's probably alternative interpretations out there as well. Thank you, LJ. I appreciate that. Teensta says, you don't want to like start fights or anything, but it's a big pain in the foot in terms of disagreeing with other people about lore view. It's fine. Like I enjoy if people disagree. I will argue with you until I'm blue in the face that you're wrong and I'm right. But I mean, I guess I'm a bit like assertive and argumentative, so I don't know. I just like to do it. It's fun, mental stimulation. My poor voice. Thank you, Saint Trina. No, I'm good. I had some more water. Had a little bit of a break. Gonna need to come back and watch this thoroughly. Thank you. Appreciate that. Kolo says, in your eyes, the Nox created Marika as a silver tier, and their goal is an eternal order, so killing Godwin, in your eyes, was to get the full rune of the Eclipse to fix the one flaw in Marika's order. Hold on. I would need to reread this. So it's a little bit weird if you say it like that, because if the Nox created Marika, was she the sun for, or sorry, was she the moon for them at that point? Was she blocking out the sun? Are you saying that Godwin being born means like the Nox inadvertently created the sun? I don't know. I don't necessarily think that works super well. They got the Golden Order to accept the moon and the stars, so the only thing they need is for the order to last forever, unlike their last one who clearly failed. So yeah, I don't know what the two fingers slash greater will's ultimate goal is. Like Enya says, like the greater will wouldn't permit this or that, but I don't really think she understood what it actually desires, either like as a problem through trying to be a liaison to the two fingers, or just the two fingers being liaisons to the greater will. Like, I don't know. It's stuff just does not add up super well. So, okay. Farum Azula, Stormlord fights. So, just as a whatever the opposite of a preface is, a postface. It is questionable when Godfrey fought the Stormlord. So the stuff here with Stormveil and whatnot could potentially all have happened during the Ancient Dragon War. So I do think the Ancient Dragon War is most likely to have occurred in the time of Godfrey and all of that with Godwin. Trying to remember why. Oh, it's because we use Erdtree incantations for the ancient dragons to deal with them. So the Bolt of Grandsax says, a great ancient dragon, Grandsax, once rained calamity upon the royal capital. The only time in the historical record that Leyndell's walls have fallen. This marked the dawn of the war against the ancient dragons. So obviously slams the thing in, creates a nuke. And then Golden Lightning Fortification says, this incantation was used by the Knights of the Erdtree during the assault by the great ancient dragon Grandsax and the bitter war of the ancient dragons that followed. So, one of the interesting things about that, which I kind of bring up later, but I didn't bring it up right here, is that because Leyndell exists, we have the Erdtree, for a fact. We do know the Erdtree is here when the ancient dragons attacked, which isn't too surprising. But it's also that there were tree sentinels of Leyndell that kind of tie into it. So the tree sentinels would later become the malformed dragons, or the draconic sentinels. So it's the first period of Leyndell tree sentinels, not Golden Order ones, if that makes sense. It probably doesn't because I'm not explaining it well, but whatever. For what it's worth, this uses the Erdtree seal specifically, not the Golden Order seal. So just to give a visual reference, because I don't think I've shown it at all yet on stream. The Golden Order sigil would look... Look at me speaking slowly. Just to stall. Would look like this. So this is the sigil of the Golden Order. whereas this is the Erd Tree. So my rationale for why this would predate the Golden Order, because it's not a Golden Order thing. Just repeating myself. Okay. Do I think the Greater Will is stronger or somehow beyond the Outer Gods? So that's a really nuanced question that I don't really think I have a good answer for. I think there's just not enough information about the Greater Will for me to be like super comfortable saying anything other than like speculation. And with that in mind, one idea that I just kind of prefer for whatever reason is like I think the Greater Will could be like an uncollective consciousness of like all the dead souls or whatnots, or like maybe like a convergence of the dead souls if like the Elden Beast is supposed to be like representative of like the law of regression maybe, and it's supposed to be a vassal of the Greater Will. I could see like the Greater Will not actually being like a god with like a motive or anything like that, and it could just be like a natural byproduct of nature. Natural nature. Yeah. So that's kind of how I view a lot of the FromSoft games, which I know really goes against the grain for a lot of the other like content creators in terms of like how to view like Dark Souls or even Bloodborne. So for me, I think a lot of the stuff is just more mechanical than like personal, I guess. Yeah, I agree with Derek that compared to the past games, the Elden Ring feels a lot more loose with the facts, and it's more open to interpretation than the other ones. And Puzzle, thanks again for joining, and you have a good night. And as for streams, tomorrow I am going to start streaming like Tactics Ogre for like the first playthrough. I don't know how much I'm going to stream it, but after I go through Tactics Ogre, I do want to do like a lore through of Elden Ring. Although I might not need to after tonight, damn. But yeah, just kind of going through, relaxed, talking with chat as we go through the game in 1.00. St. Trina says, you appreciate how cleanly I line out where speculation begins. Hard to do in this game. So yeah, for me, that's just kind of like where I like to be really clear about, because once you start getting away from facts, you start getting away from like the baseline, which is fine, but I want everybody to know where that baseline is, because if people don't agree on where the baseline is, it's kind of hard to move away from it or like talk about certain things. Kipsto, welcome in. Did you get here 2 hours into a timeline? Yes, you did. The good news is this should be being like archived, so you should be able to see the video on demand whenever we finish. Abby G, welcome in. Did you say something before that? No, okay. Oh, okay. Regarding the motives of the Greater Will, what if it isn't real? So I wondered if the Greater Will is also not real. However, one reason why I would kind of doubt that is just because the remembrance of the Elden Beast does say that it is the vassal of the Greater Will, which makes it sound like it does exist, but we don't necessarily know if it has like a consciousness, I guess. But that might be splitting hairs and like, wow, splitting hairs and will and consciousness might be synonymous in a FromSoft game. I would probably have to really like delve into the etymology of like the term will, like ishi in Japanese, to see if like there's a difference between like ambition and consciousness. I'm wording that terribly, but yeah. I think Gina says, you think this game is trying to have us let go of perfect answers too? Cool. Kind of a commentary on lore hunting almost. I think Bloodborne probably does that the best, which is a little bit ironic, where it's like, in some ways, I think the one that's the most in favor of there not being a good outcome for like the ends of like laborious research, that it's the one that kind of makes the most sense, at least to me, in that regard. Hopefully I like articulated that well. Kind of like spaced out halfway through. Yeah, and that's understandable, Teen Sith, that you want to have a unifying thread and idea. So I think it's just important to first like line out what your facts are, and from your facts, once those are clear, if you like make your speculation clear based on that, people can follow along with you and see where you came to your conclusions. They can see where you... Come on, puppy. They can see where you got your conclusions from, and they can like disagree or agree with like they're like it's a lot less personal, I think, and it just I don't want to say like feels more professional, but it just feels cleaner when you're just like able to be like, oh, I see where you're coming from. I don't think it's that. I think it's this, and I don't know. It just kind of it's how I like to operate, because as soon as there's like a disagreement in like the like the transitive property, or like if A equals B equals C, but if you don't agree with like A to begin with, even if C is correct, like the process is already broken down, if that makes sense. So that's just kind of the way that I operate with like looking at the lore and stuff. Oh yeah, and Kolo brings up like the Nox invoke the ire of the greater will. So yeah, that's another reference to like the greater will existing in some form. But going back to the idea of like the greater will like having like a motive, I think you could potentially like make the argument that the greater will like wants life to flow, which does not work well against like the Golden Order. So again, super heavy speculation, and this is kind of why I'm a little bit delayed in my other video, because this like ties into it very strongly here, is that the concept of birth and rebirth is extremely important in the lands between, and if the greater will wants life to exist in a specific kind of fashion, the Nox might have circumvented that with rebirth, either through the form of like larval silver tears or like puppets. So that might be one train of thought that I wanna explore in depth in my next video, that I just need a little bit more time to like really iron out the details. Yeah, and as Saint Trina says, the greater will can just be the soul of the universe. I think that would be a very apt way of articulating like one idea I have about it. But again, like I'm not fully sold on it. I just think it's a really elegant one that I like, but I can't like say for sure it's there. You can hear the dog's collar jingling. Yeah, the puppy is a little bit of a rapscallion. Okay, so going back to the timeline here. So the war against the ancient dragons, we do have like the evidence of like Godfrey's soldiers fighting dragons either through Stormvale or potentially through Farum Azula, if the Crucible Knights there are supposed to be representative of that. So we got like the destroyed dragon over here, a Crucible Knight looking over it. Obviously this thing is freaking petrified, so there's no like, it's doubtful this Crucible Knight killed it, or maybe he did and he's just been stuck in the area for eons. We don't know, but yeah. So during the Ancient Dragon War, Godwyn defeated Fortisax, and he became friends with Fortisax, as said by the Lightning Spear incantation. Long ago, Godwyn the Golden defeated the ancient dragon Fortisax and befriended his fallen foe, an event that gave rise to the ancient dragon cult in the capital. This might be a relevant portion right here. The ancient dragon cult might have existed elsewhere, but the capital's version of it came into life after the events of Fortisax and Godwyn. So take that with a heavy grain of salt, but once that happened, the ancient dragon cult was formed, and as I was mentioning earlier with the tree sentinels, after the great ancient dragon Grandsax attacked, the sentinels had an epiphany, the only way to truly protect the Erd Tree was to become dragons themselves. So I touched on it slightly before with like the Crucible potentially incorporating the dragon's form of life into the lands between. That would be like why, or potentially why, like they don't always appear like draconic, but like the malformed. Hold on. Thank you. It would be why the Omen have like a bunch of horns. It's potentially why like the Misbegotten have like wings and stuff like that. So like the Crucible might be incorporating draconic life into everything, but I don't want to like die on that hill because not all of like the stuff that appears in like the Crucible looks strictly draconic. Like the Crucible breath, like the sac that appears resembles that of a basilisk as opposed to like a dragon specifically. And it does say all life is blending together, so it isn't just dragon life. But I think dragons have like the most concentrated form of life. But the way that I think that ties into the malformed dragon set is their epiphany. The term here, like Satoru, is like it is epiphany, but there's also like connotations of like enlightenment to go along with that. And obviously like epiphany has this in English too. It's just a little bit more tied to like religion, like Buddhist style enlightenment, like nirvana style enlightenment. Like this is like a big idea, even a little bit stronger than the English. I just kind of like want to stress that. So the way for the tree sentinels to protect the Erd Tree was to become dragons. At first, like, I really didn't think too much about that, but like, more and more lately, I'm like, maybe it's because like there's a stronger link between the dragons and the Erd Tree than I had originally thought. So hopefully that tracks with you guys. Sorry if that was a little bit convoluted there. Abhijit says the greater will being a real natural force or soul of the universe without a strong goal is highly convincing. You can interpret descriptions as hearsay, but it's probably real regardless. So yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it right now. I'm not like completely sold on it. I'm open to more interpretations, but it's the one that just kind of appeals to me the most right now. The Nox created life from silver, not gold, and the arcane stat related to the tiers seems to be related to heresy, so that could be the disagreement. So, you're not wrong exactly that the life came from silver and not gold, but there is also the potential that the life that the Nox created were infused with gold. So, as I said, like that's the topic of my next video. I think for the most part, you could say like life and gold could be equated to the body, and it might be that silver and blue are equated with like the mind and the soul. So there's like a bit of an overlap between body and soul in Elden Ring that I haven't quite figured out. I think I'm really close. I just need more time to sift through some of the very, very, very finer details to just make sure that like the model in my head works. And even if I'm wrong at the end of the day, I just want to be consistent. So it's just trying to like go back through and find any inconsistencies and reshape my model based on that, I guess. So yeah, El DeGusto brings up, he says it very well there, that he thinks dragons were apex life. I think that's a good way to phrase it. Yeah, St. Trina brings up like ecstatic experience. Like, so epiphany, like it does have like those connotations, but for me, like the Japanese for it is just like a little bit stronger and more direct, because I feel like in the modern parlance, epiphany is a little bit more secularized. But it does have those connotations, but it's just not quite as strong. Sneak Much, welcome in. You're only an hour 56 in, but I'm asking if the Erd Tree existed during the War of the Giants. You just wanted to remind me that when we burned the Erd Tree, that's the second time Melina burned the Erd Tree. That's a good point as well. So, like, I don't think, like, the Erd Tree was never burned. It was just, like, a question of when it would have happened, because, yeah, I'll just leave it there for now, because you're in the past. There's already ash everywhere in Landell from the first burning. Milena says she's burned, and Baudilus, which you'd assume was from the first burning also. So, yeah, I'll just leave that there for now, because we'll get into the Glomide Queen stuff and burning a little bit later. Understandable, Teen Sith. Okay. So, after, like, the dragons got fought, we know that the dragon cult formed, and so dragon communion is likely on the table. So, it's questionable whether the Nox consumed dragon hearts, and if so, when they started to do it. It's possible that, since the dragons existed since allegedly time immemorial, even potentially like with the ice dragons and the dragon hearted with Borealis, even though this is like hearsay, we don't know exactly how long ago dragon communion was actually a thing. So depending on like how strict you want to be about the idea that dragon communion only started after it became a thing in the capital, that would potentially close off Banished Knights doing dragon communion earlier. And so if you want to make that claim, I would say you would move like this section of the timeline up a bit more, where Godfrey would have fought the Stormlord and whatnot, probably later, until after the Ancient Dragon War. So this stuff is still all open to interpretation. I want that to be clear. I probably should have laid this stuff out a little bit earlier. So yeah. Hopefully that makes sense. So the Nox might have consumed dragon hearts because the Dragonkin soldiers should have been true dragons, maybe, or at least imitations of them. I don't really know. I'll talk about that more in my next video, and it'll make more sense there, hopefully. So as we go into the next portion of the timeline, I don't know exactly where this fits, but I think the Liurnian Wars could have happened either before the Ancient Dragon War or after. I think it makes a little more sense for it to happen afterward, but I don't know for sure. So once we do get into the Liurnian Wars, we have Radagon appear on the scene, and he's said to become a hero and a champion. I need to double check this because it's worded strangely in Japanese. Like the English does a better job of making it not sound so damn strange, but there's this little bit about Radagon becoming a hero and champion that I wonder might be related into Malekith's set. Malekith's set, the English for that one is a little bit strange, where it says Malekith bore a blade imbued with destined death, and there was not one demigod who did not fear him. And this is the weird part. Champions knew what was at stake. Indeed, that is what made them champions. Wait, was that changed? I thought it said something different in English there. Anyway, so I wonder if that reference to champions there in Malekith's set is related to Radagon in some way here, or just, if not, there might be something else with heroes and champions that I might not have caught somewhere else that I just want to double check. So my apologies for that tangent. That really doesn't have much to do with anything, but yeah, maybe you guys know. Do you think it's possible to interpret a god in different ways, like how Force, Wrath of Gold, and Noble Presence work? That's a really good question. And also about the Ice Spear, reinterpretation of regular lightning. The Ice Spears, I think, might just be a product of the Dragonkin soldiers specifically lacking gold. So they might lack the life power to make their lightning gold or red. But I don't know about that for for sure. That's just kind of the thought that I have in mind right now. As for like the interpretations of gods mattering, I think that's a very big theme in some of the other games like Dark Souls. I don't think it's as big a deal in Elden Ring, where faith kind of manifests itself into becoming something real. Maybe you could argue like that's like what happened with the Three Fingers, but I digress. Saint Trina says you don't recognize those words. Can I say it again? Sorry. I know there's like a little bit of a chat delay. Okay. Okay, Crunchy put it in the text. Okay, thank you very much, Crunchy. I feel like that got changed. I thought there was something different about that because that stood out to me. Or I should probably like double check the Japanese. No, I'll just do it like off stream. I don't want to like take up more time. All right. So I just put a picture of Radagon here just to like, visuals. Although it's really dark, I should change it. So this stuff, we've got the Church of Avowal, a dog, and the First Lyrian War, Radagon's glory burns red as his hair. And then the second one, the Second Lyrian War, no victory for the Golden, nor for the Moon, no prize but atonement, the birth of a vow. There's a lot to unpack here that I really need to do like a lot of research into. I'm almost convinced this is like a major part of the story that just like got lost on the cutting room floor maybe, or it just wasn't fully fleshed out. This bit about the birth of a vow, because there's a really ominous line by the dog about how there's nothing worse in the world than like the breaking of a vow, and that's literally what like Radagon does with Rennala, like when he like leaves her for Marika, essentially, in my mind. So I wonder if like, was he cursed afterward? I don't know. Like it's just, there's just like not enough there for me to like really sink my teeth into, but it's just so tantalizing, like what Muriel says. Maybe it's related to the wax used in the champion weapons. Wax burned by destined death is black and adds holy damage, while regular wax doesn't. That's true. I mean, obviously destined death is linked to black and still linked to holy damage, and holy is life. I do think destined death is ironically life, but that's not going to make a ton of sense without like a lot of context to back that up. So I didn't really mean to say that. Whoops. That'll come out in the next video. I think like there might be a correlation between destined death, life, and time. So have fun with that. Trina says, you bet this is under the makes it too obvious reasons for cutting. It seems like they cut a lot for that reason. I don't know. Like, it honestly feels like they ran out of time. Like, if all of the quests came out in a completed state, I would totally be on board with that. But like, look at patches. Look at half of the other ones that just were like literally unfinished. They like did not flesh it out as well as I thought a game like this large should have been, for like narrative reasons at least. But that's a little bit like too negative, and I don't really want to do that. But yeah. Kolo says, you mean we learn miracles by killing the very gods they borrow power from? So maybe the gods have no say on who gets the power, or maybe they have no say at all and they aren't even needed. I think that's possible, especially because like we do have the we have like the mending runes appear just from like regular people. We don't really know what differentiates a god from like the other things. Maybe they just have like a certain style of immortal essence that doesn't die. Like the fell god of the giants is said to be in the flame. The rot god is the lake of rot, allegedly, maybe, and or in Melania. It's a little bit odd there, but yeah. Crunchy with the text dump, thank you as normal. You would do well to remember, severing a vow, strongest of bonds, has consequences ever more dire. In the end, Lady Rennala was left alone, cradling the amber egg Lord Radagon bequeathed her. Now she devotes herself to it through forbidden rite, the grim art of reincarnation. So yeah, I do think there's a really big deal with like reincarnation that is a little bit underexplored in the game itself that I kind of want to like take a real hard look at for like my next video, and it ties into like gold and silver and all that. Stupid Shadow, you made me look bad. Get me mad. Foster, welcome in. You say, if Melina is the Gloamite Queen, could she have been the host slash vassal for the twin bird, aka Death? Divorce bad. Unless it's Fable, murder is better. So yeah, as for the Gloamite Queen, there is like the twin bird kite shield that says it is said to be an envoy for an outer god, so it is listed as speculation or hearsay. So I don't know how literally we should take it, because Miyazaki is allergic to facts. But would she be a vessel for death? I think it's possible to look at it. I mean, she says like she needs to bring death indiscriminate to the world, so it's a fair theory. Elda says, you think God is just for a mortal term? Well, that sounded wrong the way that I said it. It's just a mortal term for immortal seeming mighty things. Outer gods are just different than once mortal gods, for instance. Thank you, Raymundo. Welcome in. All right. So, appreciate the views. Radagon, after like marrying Rennala and having their children, potentially more, I should probably like put an asterisk, but I was obviously running out of time here. After like his children are born, Teen Sith in her essay about Radagon, brought up some really good points that like Ronnie would have had to have gone to at least like the age of adolescence before Radagon left, because that would have been when Rennala kind of like lost her mind and lost her spirits and became addled. So I think that's some pretty good contextual clues to like piece together on her part there. So Radagon left fairly, like, relatively late. Like his kids were, I don't want to say like grown up, but they like weren't like infants. Like he didn't just like hit it and quit it. Sorry, I was trying to think of a more tactful way to say it, but yeah. So after that, he does sever ties with Rennala, and that might have been Big Bad. Who knows? Not Muriel. And this is like kind of what led to Godfrey getting banished from the lands between, in my eyes, just because like in order to have a second Elden Lord, you need a vacancy of the first Elden Lord's position. So it's a little bit weird what the hell Godfrey's been doing for the timeline here, because like this dude doesn't show up personally for the war against the ancient dragons unless it coincides with him fighting the Stormlord, and this is all like really condensed. And he doesn't give a damn about the Liurnian wars because like his wife Marika is essentially dealing with it as Radagon. I know there's like a bit of controversy as to whether or not Marika and Radagon are like two individual people with two bodies. I don't have like super strong opinions about it, except that I've only ever seen Marika and Radagon in one body, so that's just kind of what I go with until I'm like proven otherwise, which is like it sucks, but I mean that's just kind of what I have to work with there. Foster says it's a fair theory. Honestly, it's huge coming from a lore legend like you. I mean, I'm just a dude playing another dude playing a dude doing some lore, essentially. So yeah, you don't have to like look at content creators as like celebrities. Like we're just kind of all fans together, and I look at it as like as a community effort, just because like being able to bounce ideas off of others and like seeing what sticks just kind of makes everything better. Yeah. So yeah, thanks for joining in, and don't feel awestruck. Just feel free to contribute. It's all good. Thanks, Grinchy. We're all just hanging out. Yeah. All right. So, before Godfrey goes away, he definitely visits Castle Morn, and a lone hero fights for his vengeance only to fall at the hand of Lord Godfrey. I think that's some really cool stuff. It ties into some cut content. I don't know how familiar you guys are with that. There's going to be, or at least there was, a kind of like a religious zealot type dude named Rico, where he was focused on getting vengeance. Like, honestly, the first time I saw the text like being floated on like the rumors, the rumor mill, I thought it was a joke just because like it was so bad. Like the text for it was just like, it sounded like the most stereotypical 13-year-old first D&D backstory character, or first character's backstory that you could like potentially think of. It's like, oh, I don't like this guy. He did me wrong. I'm going to get him. But it was actually worse than that, believe it or not, like what I just said. So anyway, there is like some stuff with like the vengeance and quote unquote revengers that plays into the lone hero fighting for his vengeance. Edgar eventually gets called a revenger when you meet him in Liurnia, the dude of Castle Morn. So there is like some like ties there, I guess. But yeah, anyway, Exykes, the rat dragon, is also like a revenger. Like it just kind of goes for its vengeance. So that's something that was like definitely cut from the game, but there is like some trace elements of it. So because there's like that kind of trace element in the stuff with like vengeance, that's kind of like why I'm like, Sorry, puppy. Thinks I'm whimpering. All right. So yeah, Godfrey went to Morn, and then if we believe that the sword monuments are accurate to their like positions, he would have come back up to Caelid. Maybe like the continents were more like rounded off, like because Caelid most likely was attached to like the mountaintops of the giants at one point. Like they have like the same big ass skeletons in them, amongst other things that I don't want to get into right now. But yeah, if like the landscape was not shifted around so much, I don't really know what to make of a lot of like the story monument positions as they relate to Godfrey, or the numbering of the churches of Marika. Because the first one, like it starts off like in a north pattern going like counterclockwise. So like the first church is like in the mountaintops of giants, and then the second one is over by Langdell. Third is the one in Limgrave, and then the fourth is down by the Weeping Peninsula. So that kind of makes sense if you want to like look at that as like Godfrey's campaign. So he could have potentially like fought the giants first, as we've been talking about. Then if he went down to Stormvale, he would have encountered Placiduous Axe if Placiduous Axe was in Farum Azula. If like it was in the sky at that point, we actually don't even know that. But and then down to Castle Morn. But then why would he come back up to Caelid if he already like did everything? So it's just a little bit weird, I guess. So, all right, I'll finish with that spiel for there and catch up with you guys. Rhapsody, welcome in. Elden Ring was your first Souls game? My condolences. That must have been pretty rough. Has Miyazaki or his writing team ever circled back to the older games like Bloodborne to clarify lore? So, I understand your question. I don't think I'm going to answer it the way that you might think it would go. I think, like, if anything, all of his subsequent games build upon his previous ones in roundabout ways. So what I would say about that, and I kind of want to make a video about this, but as you can see, like, I have a lot of things I want to talk about, and just not enough time or, like, efficiency to like get them all out there is that like there's a lot of stuff in Elden Ring that I think can be like directly correlated to things in Dark Souls and Bloodborne in terms of like what they mean or represent. So to give you like a little bit of a spoiler free one, if you haven't played many of the other games, I think soap is arguably one of the most important items of any FromSoft game. And I'll just read it for you verbatim. So, it cleans off filth and other accumulations on the body while also slightly reducing poison buildup, which isn't too important. Filth covering the exterior eventually seeps inside, soiling one's very spirit. Sorry if the dog was loud during that, but... So, that is such a huge fundamental thing that, like, the people that are super deep into the lore have, like, fundamentally picked up on and will articulate to each other, but it hasn't... There hasn't been anything that you could just point to, like the Wojak, and be like, it's this thing. But now we actually have it in Elden Ring. And I think with like the soap description, you could take that idea of filth covering the body, eventually seeping inside, and point directly to stuff like poison in Blighttown in Dark Souls 1, and all that kind of thing. So... good question. Hopefully that answers it in a way to your satisfaction. Yeah, and St. Trina says, you've loved getting to know everyone. It's the best group project ever, the most rewarding. Yeah. And St. Trina definitely comes at the lore from a perspective that is very different from the way that I would. So it's really interesting seeing her take on things. Kolo says, there's one dialogue where she speaks to him saying he has not become her yet. Oh, he's not become her yet. So you think they were separated at some point, but then again, I think she's a silver tier, so you're suspicious in that regard. So I've talked about this in Sinister Stromboli's chat a little bit recently in terms of like the way I would interpret Marika saying that Radagon is not her yet. So if you look at the position of Marika as a god compared to Radagon as not just like a shard of her, but if you look at his position as the Elden Lord, there's a fundamental difference between a god and the Elden Lord that we don't quite exactly know what that is. So like, no matter what our Tarnished does, we don't like we're not a Rani, like we don't become a god or goddess, I guess. And I think that's kind of the way that I would interpret Marika's like chastisement of Radagon, the Leal Hound of the Golden Order. Like it's obviously like really abstract stuff, and we don't know exactly what she means. But that would just be one way that I would just kind of reconcile like them potentially still being one person the entire time instead of having two bodies. Because if they needed to be shattered, they should still be one person. Like, she wants to be shattered to be rid of him. And depending on how, like, strongly you, like, take the idea that Melina is Marika, Marika shattering herself from Radagon could have created, like, Melina to splinter off of her. But I don't really know. That's just a thought. Because Melina doesn't have a body. Her mother is allegedly Marika. And I just think that's one way to read it. Abhijit said, you assume Godfrey was banished quite early and there was an interim where there was Marika alone. Maybe also in the Golden Order, fundamentalism was found and centered on Marika. So I do think there's probably a gap where he's like not always with her, but it's a little bit weird like when that would have happened in terms of like where he was in the world during the times of the Liurnian Wars. Because if Radagon was able to wage a war of aggression according to Muriel, and he was like able to repent it later, it just shows like the Leal Hounds of the Golden Order, or like the Golden Host, Horde? The Golden Host? they were just kind of like always on the move, but like when did they ever inhabit Leyndell then? I don't know. It's just a little bit strange to me. But the revenging. Okay. Looks like I'm a little bit late on chat. The revenge guy is Gilbert. Rico's the Saint Trina guy. Maybe. Okay. Thank you, Crunchy. Hard to keep track of what character is what. I thought that... well, it doesn't really matter. Okay. Taylor Hagen, welcome in. You said one of the Marika echoes goes like... Okay, yeah. The quotes... I covered that. Okay. Let us be shattered both, mine other self. Right. Teen Sith says, you think they've always been in a single body and it creates more problems than it would solve to treat them as separate? Maybe. I don't know if it creates more problems. Like, maybe it does in terms of, like, trying to understand how a separate person could become Marika. But, yeah. I think if other people were able to become Marika, it would make more sense for the Tarnished to become Marika if they became Elden Lord, but that doesn't happen. So I don't think it quite works out, but I know where you're coming from with that. No worries, Foster. You're good. Taylor says, the first Church of Marika being in the mountaintop of the Giants is most likely due to the Giants being their first big win. Right. So I don't necessarily like think that's the weird part. I think it's a little bit weirder when we get down to the fourth Church of Marika being in the Weeping Peninsula. We also have like the statue of Marika near the Frenzied Flame Village in the Baptismal Church. But we also have like the image of Radagon appearing in the Church of Pilgrimage in... Sorry, it's the dog. We have Radagon's statue appearing in the Church of Pilgrimage for the northern portion of Weeping Peninsula. He also appears in like Stormcaller Church in Altus Plateau, but that's not like the problematic portion. It's just like Godfrey's trip in relation to like this final sword monument as well as this one. So, I mean, this isn't to say like it didn't happen this way, but like there's not a whole lot here now. So it's like if Godfrey got banished here, like this spot isn't even that close to the sea. I guess like it kind of is. Like the Smoldering Church is kind of next to the ocean, but like I almost would have expected Godfrey to have been sent away from the lands between either in Leyndell or like by Stormvale or something, not just like the Smoldering Church in Caelid. Yeah, Trina says they've got a discography of metaphors and they're all start layering. Exactly. That's a great way to say it. Yeah, and Crunchy brings up the point that the Elden Ring could be like the manifestation of order, but like the god is like the vessel of it. So like Radagon doesn't seem able to become the vessel of the Golden Order despite like him being like its most ardent follower. I know Marika says like she wants to explore the Golden Order, but she calls Radagon a leal hound, which implies like he's a lapdog, which is kind of degrading. So there's a fundamental difference or disagreement between them. And so she's just like putting him in his place and saying, you aren't me, you are beneath me. And so that's why she might have decided to shatter and two, like one person becoming two, essentially. Could be one way to read it. Colo says, do you think the Perfect Order ending removed Marika's ability to mess with the ring, or does it prevent gods like the Greater Will from meddling, or both, or none? So, man, the endings, they leave a lot to be desired. It does not help that the Perfect Mending Rune essentially is indistinguishable from Dung Eater's Quest or Fia's, and even just like fixing the fractured Marika. They really should have done a little bit more if they're going to do anything, or just like end the quests before like we even got their runes, and they probably could have felt fulfilling to some degree. So I really don't know what to make of some of the endings. Like, I have ideas, obviously, but I don't want to be like too committed, just because like we don't actually see if those worlds differ significantly, other than just like it's rainy, it's sunny, it's poopy. I don't know. Teenseth says perfect order ending is gold mask, inventing math. I know you're shit posting, but there is math with the crossbow. Oh no. Okay. Monitor went idle. The moon and the primeval current are the things that elude you the most. You have no idea if the moon has a will or if it's a god. You theorize there might be a giant graven mass made of memory stones. Yeah. The moon, as it like visits Rennala, is very interesting. Don't know exactly what to make of that, especially like when you get into the stuff with like the snow witches and the crones. And so Taylor asks a really important question: is if Radagon was potentially born of Marika against her will by the greater will as an enforcement of itself. I think that's a very possible interpretation. It's a very alarming one, I think, for some very obvious reasons, but I have wondered that as well, especially because Ronnie has a line about how she refused to be controlled by that thing, her two fingers, and I've wondered if she meant it literally, and that, like, if she is chosen as an Empyrean and is controlled by two fingers, is her body no longer her own? Is that why she had to essentially kill herself to free herself? I think it's a really strong possibility, but we're just not given that like final nail in the coffin to know for sure. The physics of the endings don't matter to you since they don't execute that much. Fair enough. Just metaphors. Okay. So, yeah. At the end of Godfrey's journey, he finds Grace lost, tattered, and faded. So we know Marika is the one who drained them, and drained might sound a little bit too passive when she says, like, I divest thee of thy grace. She's, like, actively stealing it, which makes it sound as though it was not willingly given up to her. So depending on how you view like the grace, it could be like the blessing of gold or life itself. I don't want to get into that too much because it's a little bit too nebulous right now. But sometime after Godfrey was drained of his grace, the Glomide Queen was defeated or like sealed away, and destined death was sealed by Malekith as well. It's a little bit weird how to take in that sequence of events, because there's a weird like relationship between Godfrey and destined death, in that he doesn't come back to the lands between until we kill Malekith and free destined death. So you might be able to say like Godfrey is related to it, but that like clearly goes against like the Sword of the Glomide Queen and like the Black Flame Apostles. So I don't want to like say that's actually a thing, but draining them of their grace and their gold, if their gold is related to like runes and all that stuff, she could be like taking their runes away from them, like literally, to maybe like actually manifest the destined death rune to actually put it into Malekith. I don't know, maybe. So that's another thought. These two could be disconnected, and that her taking the grace of Godfrey doesn't really matter. However, it is a little bit curious, like the tinge of red in the Erd Tree does go away once Death and Death is taken out. So there's a lot of possible interpretations that can go into play here. We don't know, even though I think it's possible Marika is the Glowmide Queen or Melina is the Glowmide Queen. We don't know that for sure. There's also the very strong possibility that the Glowmide Queen is either the Godslayer's Greatsword, which I talk about in my video, and I guess I should have like probably said it directly in my video that like when I compared her to the Nox and being related to them and like their queen, it might also be that she could have been like the Fingerslayer blade itself. But again, like there's some issues with like those theories and that like it doesn't explain the Godslayer's Greatsword like being the host of Black Flames that well either. So yeah, take of that which you will. Rhapsody says the two fingers are pretty much the Greater Will / Elden Beast though, right? So the answer is we don't know. As some people have asked before, I think we could potentially say like the Greater Will is like way above them, but we don't know whether or not they actually get their orders directly from it. Like if it's like personalized, like the Greater Will is like you do this, or if it's just like the two fingers could be interpreting the Greater Will as something else entirely. So let me try to think of an example other than like the CEO thing. So let's say that, okay, it's a silly example of like the two dudes looking at a 6 or a 9 on the ground, and just like depending on their like position to it, somebody could be saying like, oh, that's a 6, that's a 9. Or the example of the three blind men trying to describe an elephant. It might be possible that like the two fingers are like that for the Greater Will, in that like they have an interpretation of what the Greater Will wants, but there's not an exact way for them to know, because there is some like incongruities between like some of the Greater Will's supposed desires versus what like actually gets implemented into the world. Like if destined death is removed with the Golden Order, Ania says that the Greater Will wants us to mend Marika, but when we actually go to do it, we can mend her with 3 different kind of runes, as well as like fix her directly with no actual input from the Golden Order or the two fingers themselves. So it's always questionable how much the two fingers know. And to just tie along with that, part of the reason it's questionable is because the Erd Tree was shattered, and multiple characters mentioned that like the two fingers like lost their touch, I guess, metaphorically speaking, once that happened. So if they are actual vassals of the Greater Will and at one point knew what it wanted, it seems like they don't know what it wants anymore, just because we do have like our round table hold two fingers go silent or still after a certain point in the game. So yeah, Abhijit says, you think it's implied that Godfrey was returning home from Morn when he lost Grace and Caelid, and the Tarnished were forced to go back to the Western Weeping Peninsula and depart from there. So there is also that potential that like Godfrey could have fought the like last soldier of Castle Morn, and just like as he was walking back, the high of the battle just kind of like went away, and he's like, oh, I did it. Like I've conquered them all. There's nothing left for me to do. And he might have became tarnished because he like lost the will to like to dominate, because he'd already dominated everything else. Like I think that's a really, really, really strong FromSoft like staple there. It ties like perfectly into like the going hollow trope of Dark Souls 1. And I really, really like that aspect of being able to read Godfrey's story that way. I do want to talk about that like in a video, just be like, oh man, I love Godfrey, just because like he's like hollowing in Elden Ring, but different. But yeah. And even like the whole hollow idea of potentially like having something carved out of you, that goes directly into like the Tarnished idea where like, our gold is carved out of us when America takes it away from them. So obviously, like, it's a very different dynamic from the Hollows of Dark Souls 1 in terms of, like, the Japanese, because, like, hollow doesn't mean, like, emptied out. Like, it just means, like a wandering dead man or somebody who's, like, consumed with, like, greed and desire. But as far as the English goes, I think, like, it's a really good localization. But, it's just, yeah, the super strong trope in FromSoft games where, like, that which allows the player to continue is their will to continue. So, just kind of personified in Godfrey, I think. If the fingers are honest, the greater will takes many years to communicate. Yeah, and so there's also, like, the finger readers. And it is questionable whether they understand what the two fingers are saying. And you might be able to compare it to, like, Corrin and Goldmask. Like, at the end, Goldmask is like, oh, bro, there's two gods. And Corrin's like, no, I don't believe you. Well, how do we know that something isn't occurring to a similar degree between, like, the finger reader crones and their two fingers, or the two fingers and the greater will? But I digress. Yeah, Eldegusta says, you think the mistranslation comes from finger readers and not the fingers? Potentially. Yeah, yeah. Crunchy brings up the point that I always turn to when I, like, talk about the two fingers. That when the Erdtree spurns you, it seems like the two fingers are surprised and they need to call up the greater will for advice. So to me, that just like is like the perfect example of, I can't even say like limited omniscience, more like the perfect example of the greater will or the two fingers ignorance. So we're shown by the game that these are fallible creatures, if that makes sense. So we shouldn't just fully believe them blindly, which is a little bit ironic because, you know, the finger reader crones are blind. Ava Woolridge, welcome in. Go off, King about Godfrey. Yeah, we're in the deep end. Understandable, Kahlo. Alright, so yeah. Eventually, like, the Glomite Queen is defeated. Destined death is sealed, whomever that Glomite Queen is. And so I just put the Blessed Dew talisman description up here again to just kind of reinforce the thing that I'd, like, posted earlier, that it was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erdtree would drip from its boughs forever, but that age of plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time, the Erdtree became more an object of faith. So this also ties into a quote from Marika where, like, she wants to increase her understanding of guidance of grace and all that. So with understanding, faith goes away, and that's like the nail in the coffin for the Age of the Crucible. All of the Crucible and Erdtree incantations scale off of faith, but as soon as the Golden Order comes onto the scene, we start getting more intellect scaling sorceries, or not sorceries rather, but incantations. So this is like the defining moment between when I would say the Crucible goes away and the Erdtree Part 2 Electric Boogaloo comes onto the scene. So this isn't like a fault of translation. It's just like the game is pretty fast and loose with its terminology. So the Crucible is the Erdtree, but the Crucible Erdtree is also the Erdtree, which is the Erdtree of the Golden Order, which is, it just doesn't make sense. Like, they don't distinguish them super well. So that's why I think, like, the Crucible is just called the Crucible at times, even though it is the Erdtree, just to kind of distinguish the Crucible times from the Golden Order times. FromSoft's always a victim of thinking too big. You think that's why the latter half of the game is a lot more streamlined than the starting areas, and why the chair endings feel so samey and rushed. So, yeah, you're definitely not wrong with there. Instead of dragon butts, we have big dogs in the mountaintops. Yeah, Erdtree intensifies. If anything, like, the Erdtree just, like, chills. All right, Teen Sith, thanks for staying in for so long, and you have a good night. Erdtreeception. So, going back to the Glomide Queen and the establishment of the Golden Order, we do have a few things which outright confirm it. So, the Bending Rune of the Death Prince says, the Golden Order was created by confining destined death. Like, verbatim. So, there is, like, Ania's dialogue about it, but I don't necessarily trust character dialogue because they're products of their environments. Like, we're shown time and time again in FromSoft games that people tend to believe what they're told or like their preconceived notions about their own game worlds, which get contradicted by other things later on. So, as Crunchy had just brought up a moment ago, when the Erdtree spurns us, the Two Fingers are surprised. Ania is surprised. She's like, "Oh, you can't use the Flame of Ruin because it's forbidden." Ah, screw it. Who cares anymore? You know, it's like it was forbidden up until it wasn't. Like, it's just kind of arbitrary. So, like, the understanding that the characters in the world have is limited. So that's why I don't just trust their dialogue at face value anymore. You can blame patches for kicking me off too many cliffs, I guess. So, Golden Order was created by confining dust and death. Thus, this new order will be one of death restored. So, going back to the heroes room, there were once heroes who walked the battlefields abundantly blessed by the Erdtree itself, who pawning their honor simply died. So this shows that death was definitely in the Erdtree to some extent. So obviously from this description alone, we don't know if it's referring to the Erdtree of the Golden Order or the Erdtree of the Crucible. I think, with like later context, it's clear that it's the Crucible, but I didn't have enough time to fill everything in as much as I would have wanted. So if you guys have more questions about that directly, I'll try to get into it, but I'll just leave that alone. So going back to the whole Destined Death thing, the Black Flame monks were also originally the guardians of the sealed fire giant's flame. So our little tree boys, they eventually had some brothers and sisters in the fire giants and like their little like ladies. And those folks would turn away from the giant's flame. So after the giants, we definitely know it's like the time of the Crucible. And that's when the Black Flame dudes start to appear. It's because they were scared of the giant's flame. So they started following the Glomide Queen. It is a little bit debatable, like, that the fire Black Flame monks could have like joined the Glomide Queen's ranks after she was already defeated. But I feel like that's just kind of like twisting things a little far. Like it's possible, but I just feel like you're doing a little bit of mental gymnastics to come to that conclusion. And so after the Golden Order confines destined death, Godfrey is banished. But we're not given that like explicitly. So there is like a little bit of a question mark when this all happens. But if the Golden Order is the era that follows Godfrey's era of the Erdtree, it makes sense that he would have to be gone for a new order to arise, right? So that's why I have it in yellow, even though like it's there really can't be any other alternative, I don't think. Just like maybe an issue of timing, like like if you move out of your parents' house and they change your room into like the study instead of just your room anymore, kind of like that, I guess. When you come home from college one day, you're like, oh, I guess I don't have a room anymore. That would kind of be my crude example. So I'll leave this here for now. I'll talk about that in a minute. Greater Will in Japanese is Oyunaru Ishi. Any insight into that? Because you don't know anything about kanji and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, Oyunaru is just like... Oh, man. It's like... made big. Literally. But it's like revered. Like, it's so big, it's great. It's vast, essentially. And Ishi is just like... will. So great will, it's a good translation. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. The only thing that I like wanted to do in terms of like Ishi is try to like figure out if Ishi in Elden Ring means consciousness versus how do I say it? Like desire. So I think you could have like unconscious desires, but that doesn't like give you intellect, if that makes sense. Hopefully that does. So I don't know if it's like a linguistic thing or like an Elden Ring specific thing. And that's like what I was going to like try to like look into a bit more before finishing the other video. Because that's kind of like where my snag has come up from. Like, I don't know if the intellect portion of a will, or sorry, if intellect should be tied to will, I guess. Like, there's obviously some overlap, but I don't know where exactly, like, the Venn diagram lines up, if that makes sense. What's the Japanese word used in Millicent's dialogue? She says something about Millennia's will. Actually, what's the real text for that? If you link me or just like type in the text of what Millicent says there, I'll look it up real quick. But for now, I'll just move on. So yeah, once Godfrey is banished, there's a big kind of gap in my timeline because I didn't like fully flesh it out. But one thing that I did think about in terms of like Vike and Dragon Communion and all that is that Vike is called Tarnished, so he either like left with Godfrey or he was in the lands between after the time of Godfrey, but he was still loved by Lansax. So Dragon Communion potentially like continued into the time of the Golden Order and stuff. And I thought there was more to it. There probably is, but I just can't think of it. So Radagon leaves Rennala. He uses Marika's Shadowhound beast Malekith to seal the Glowmade Queen. He goes to Leyndell. He's the Elden Lord. He and himself do something to create Miquella and Melania. So I do mention in one of my videos that Miquella and Melania are called like the children of the single person god in Japanese, and so that's like a little bit of a hint as to Marika and Radagon's relationship before like the whole statue reveal, which just doesn't quite play across in English that well, but it was a thing. We do know that Godwyn and stuff are most likely still alive in the time of Miquella and Melania, because Miquella seems to have a more like a more intimate relationship with Godwyn based on like the Golden Epitaph description, if you want to believe that comes from Miquella, which I think is the most like Occam's razor thing, the most simple solution. So going beyond like the twin Empyreans, there's probably a lot more. Like we know Miquella also had a strong relationship with Radagon because they like trade incantations. Like Miquella gives him some rings of light. Radagon's like, oh, this is dope. How about this? And Miquella's like, oh no, Dad did it. It's not dope anymore. And so he decides to work on unalloyed gold because Dad's old school and can't help his sister out. So yeah, I am definitely missing some stuff here that's probably worth like going through. I don't have any of the Halig Tree stuff, so I apologize for that. I don't have anything with like Moog and Radon and the Karian children because I took a lot of time formatting this, but it was a larger of a product than I thought. Actually, the issue was like I figured out how you could like layer images kind of by accident, and then like once I found out, it was like I couldn't ever go back to just like only using like post-it notes and like text. It was like, oh, I gotta make this look pretty and dope, and that just took a lot more time to do than just laying down the story beats. So, whoops. Rhapsody says, you always forget to ask this. Where's the sun in Elden Ring? You've seen references with the Twinbird shield and the eclipse. Could it have always been in the night and lands between before the Golden Order? So I think the sun was definitely a thing because we have like the Sun Realm shield and references to an eclipse, and you can't have an eclipse without a sun. So it has to exist. I was just wondering about this earlier. In regard to the sun, there is like a little orb of light in the sky. So based on like the position of like Caelid right now, it would kind of be like way up here to the right of the Erd tree, if you kind of understand what the hell I'm talking about. It does make a ton of sense from just like this image alone. But if you're looking at the Erd tree from Stormvale, it's like behind it up here on the right. There's like this point here in the sky sometimes that you can see a sun, or so I thought. So as I was looking at this, like the sword monuments, as I was taking this photo before coming live, like, I was like, wait a second, shadows, they're coming from this way. So like the shadows would suggest, because they're like coming this way, that the sun was that way. I wish I was a little bit more descriptive. So like the sun sets in the west. It definitely sets in the west in the lands between, because the shadows stretch towards the east. So I don't know. There's like two suns. There's like the orb in the sky that's like a very tiny point of light. Maybe it's a star, I don't know. And then whatever the hell makes shadows go one way. I'll need to do a little bit more research on that because that just kind of like caught my attention. The will that was once her own. Okay. Thank you, Crunchy. I will look into that real quick. Oh, duh. So it uses Ishi in the same sense. Well, it uses the same Ishi as the Ishi that's used for like the greater will, in terms of just like leaving off like the greater part. So it's just like will. So this is like the most basic form of will. It means like volition, intent, desire to a degree. And it relates to the other kind of desire that I was talking about a little bit ago. How is Primeval Current written in Japanese? It's Genyu, which is like origin flow. So like Primeval Current is like a really good like literal breakdown of it, but it inadvertently misses like connotations of it meaning like source or headwaters, essentially. There is a sun in the game, it's just often hidden behind clouds. Yeah, as Christian says, you can see a sun in the sky. It's just often hidden, which is true. Was the Erd Tree not lighting the land? So there is the Warming Stone description, which talks about the Erd Tree once having rays that are like as warm as and as gentle as the sun. So I'm of the opinion that those are the rays of the primordial crucible form of the Erd Tree. I will talk about that in depth in the next video, because it just kind of like links up to a lot of stuff with that. Could I comment on this tweet, specifically the part about unwanted children? I am unsure of what you're talking about. Lacrima says, you can see the sun in Radagon's boss fight easily at his second phase after waiting some time, rising from the south and setting to the north. Huh. I'll have to like double check that. Because like I know once the Radagon fight ends, the moon appears because like it forcibly becomes night when he enters like the meteor phase. Actually, I wonder if that can be skipped if you one phase him. Oh well, it's not too important. You're trying to figure out what Selden's doing in her quest and if it's a success or a failure. Give me some more details and I'll try to help you out real quick. Alright, so the time of the Golden Order, there's really not a ton said about it, but I think it kind of creates a bit of a stasis in the world. And the other most important item in the game is golden poop or golden excrement. It's gold poop. So it tells us that for better or worse, it stays exactly as it is. So that's like the biggest indicator that like once the Golden Order comes onto the scene and death gets removed from the Order, things don't really die like they used to. There's like some exceptions to that. Like you can still get burned in Ghost Flame potentially. You can still get consumed and eaten by other things. But death during the time of the Golden Order isn't like the death that we know in real life. Like it's gone. So it might be easier to say that like a natural death is gone. Like you're not going to die of old age anymore. And that's why we have so many like hollow style enemies of like the commoners. A lot of like the soldiers that we find, like they're all mindless zombies. It's because they've been alive for so long that their minds have deteriorated to the point that like they've lost their identities and stuff. And identity is a big component of gold that I need to like figure out before like finalize everything with the other video. So I was wondering like whether or not silver is supposed to be like representative of the mind. What does that mean for the tarnished? Because like we don't get animated until we get our Grace of Gold back. So that's just kind of, I need to go back through some things to like figure that out. Gold tinged excrement. Thank you, Foster. The Golden Order is a turd. Golden poop. Methoda, welcome back to the stream. Long time no see. Good time to join the stream. Well, I mean, it is like, I unironically think it is like one of the most important items in Elden Ring. So I would say soap might be number one, and then poop is number two. Poop is number two. Damn it. Silver is Mercury. I would disagree within the context of Elden Ring. It definitely has relations to Mercury, but there's a lot more going on with silver than just like the liquid aspect of it. And one issue with Elden Ring is gold is its own metaphysical thing. Like it's easy to like point to gold as like the way that we know it in real life and be like, oh, like there's gold in the ring. But like in Elden Ring, gold is a hell of a lot more than just a metal. Whereas I'm not so sure about silver. Like it'd be nice to be able to be like, oh, there's the Erd tree, there's the gold tree. Was there ever a silver tree? Could there be a silver tree? It just doesn't have the same pull as I think like the golden tree, the Erd tree does. That isn't to say it isn't a thing, but I don't think like the power of silver is quite as analogous as the power of gold. Obviously, we have a few examples that could say that there is like that little balancing act between there's golden fireflies, there's silver fireflies, and there's glintstone fireflies. But just in general, if silver is supposed to be representative of something, I think silver is kind of representative of like the knight. And so even if gold is a thing, I don't think silver is going to be the equivalent of it on the other end of the spectrum. I think gold is always meant to be stronger than silver in the way that the sun is always supposed to overpower night, if that makes sense. acting like boiled crab is the most important item. Yeah, and as Eldegusta says, like there is like silver with the moon. Like they're very I don't want to say related, but yeah, they're just kind of intertwined, at least in the cosmology of Elden Ring. So I'm not saying that like Mercury isn't silver, but I think Mercury, as it's presented in the other games, doesn't quite align with the Mercury, or sorry, does not quite align with the silver of Elden Ring. But yeah, I think there's obviously some overlap, especially like when you look at silver tears, like they're literally liquid metal, but I don't think they're actually like meant to be understood as Mercury. Although they do use frost magic, sort of. But yeah, whatever. Silver and Mercury weren't though thought of as different things. So yeah, obviously like silver or Mercury was called Quicksilver, but I do think like there is a little bit more distance between how it's presented in Elden Ring versus other forms of the games. Yeah, Colo, I would agree with that. That Sullen's graven masses are attempts to become stars, but in a heretical way. So I think that might tie into like rebirth and like the primeval current. So going back here, there's that time gap that I was talking about. Radagon did have a relationship with Mikola, especially. Not a ton going on with Melania, other than her being like afflicted with rots. She did like find her like blind swordsman who taught her like get hit first and then strike, which actually kind of goes into effect with her cinematic story trailer. Like if the blind swordsman's like mantra was like the guard counter, like that's kind of like what his talisman is like getting back, like get hit first so you can strike back harder. That's literally what happens with her and Radon. He severs her severed arm instead of her good arm, I guess. Smart guy. And so she takes her blade and stabs both Radon and herself to unlock her Scarlet Ionia to win. I think it's more of a stalemate than a win, but she's never known defeat, I guess. Or maybe, oh no. Alright, I apologize in advance, but I'm going to give us all some cursed knowledge that I just thought of. Maybe by her saying she's never known defeat, she's never known Radon's feat. So she's never known defeat, because he has none. No. What have I unleashed on this world now? Okay, that just tells you how late it is. So, Ronnie and maybe Marika also work together to conspire to have Ronnie steal the Rune of Death. So maybe she could try to free herself of her two fingers. We don't know how exactly Godwin gets caught up in it. Was he always the original target? Did he just try to stop Ronnie because he wants to follow the two fingers? I think there's so many ways that you could potentially read this that we could like spend all night just thinking of reasons rather than just like anything that's like actually presented to us. So yeah, when that happens, both Ronnie and Godwin die, which is really weird, like how it's presented. They're like, oh no, Godwin died, everybody, Godwin died. And like Ronnie's like, yep, just Godwin. Yep, Godwin is the one who died here. It's not my birthday. You know? So she's just like really not spoken of at all, which kind of sucks, but that's what happens when you're not the golden child, I guess. So Ronnie needed destined death to destroy her own body to escape the Two Fingers' control. I talked about that. When Ronnie did steal the Rune of Death, she stole it from Malekith and gave the blasphemous claw to Rykard, so that way he could potentially, worst case scenario, stop Malekith from like rampaging and killing everybody in retaliation. I have wondered whether Ronnie's power of the moon and the moon's power to keep destined death at bay in the form of the eclipse is meant to be related because Ronnie is a lunar princess. So maybe she was able to steal the Rune of Death through the powers of the moon. Like she has Blythe as a Shadowhound beast. maybe that's how she was able to do it. One of the cooler things about the aspects of the Rune of Death is that when you get the fragments of the blades, you can definitely see the runes, like literal like sigils that comprise it, which is kind of an interesting thing. Like I haven't really heard too many people talk about like the idea of words embodying power in Elden Ring and like what like the literal words of the runes might entail. Like if just like a literal word is the rune, kind of like the name of the wind, if anybody's familiar with that. Just like that one word or like one phrase could like actually alter reality. Is kind of an interesting thought, and it could relate to like the mending runes of Gold Mask and the Dung Eater and all that. And the other aspect that I was discussing with like the Carians and their immortality with Sinister Stromboli in his stream last night was like if Radon is holding the stars at bay, wouldn't it also be more in Ronnie's favor? Because if she did get inflicted with destined death, but then the Carians couldn't die, Radon would actually be doing her a solid. So I don't know. There's a couple different ways. Like some people look at the Radon thing as like, oh, he's screwing over Ronnie, but I don't really know for sure. Just throwing that out there though. Why did Ronnie pick Godwin in particular to kill then another demigod? So Godwin could also represent the sun. So he is related to the Eclipse Hotel, which is comes from Castle Sol. Sol is the name of our sun in Latin, if people didn't know. And he is the golden. The sun is golden. So I don't know exactly what differentiates him from like Godric or even like Godfrey. And with like Godfrey, we have Sirach, and like lions are also like a common symbol of the sun. I think Godwin is like supposed to be a potential personification of it. And so somebody in chat asked earlier whether or not like we think the eclipse comes back during the Age of the Duskborn. Maybe, because when we do have like the two halves of the curse mark, they do kind of resemble the symbol of the eclipse crest, great shield, and whatnot. They don't line up exactly, like they're bigger. They're a little bit more of an oval than like a true circle, but yeah. Methode has read Name of the Wind. Holding out to get the doors of stone one day. One day indeed. Jay says, is that why Goldmask doesn't speak? I don't remember the context of what I said in relation to that. Oh, as far as like the runes? I doubt it, but maybe. That would be really interesting, like if he was afraid of like manifesting something sacrilegious. I doubt it, but it's just kind of a funny thought. Yeah, and Kolo says, half a rune protects the body, half a rune protects the soul. Ronnie needed to kill her body because the Empyrean body is what allowed the fingers to control her. So there's a little bit of a difference in that the rune says like it was broken in two. And compared to like the half rune wheel of the centipede and like what I would say is like the full centipede of like the Fia's death mark, it's interesting that it's almost like duplicated to an extent, but you could say one is meant to kill the body, one is meant to kill the soul, or like let me rephrase that. So let's say like the normal rune of death, it's a complete circle, so it would kill body and soul, and it's kind of also got like the image of an Ouroboros going on. I don't know. Oh, actually, I should be able to find the icon for it. Maybe this will work. Maybe this is it. Maybe it's not. I don't see the full centipede on this one. Oh, so that's the eclipse right there, but not what we're looking for there. All right, let me... look up here. So this one's Fia's. So it's like two runes like that got cut diagonally, but originally it was supposed to be one rune, and it's supposed to like resemble like the ghost flame sigil. Don't think I have like a good picture of that. Let me look real quick. Yeah, I don't have a good ghost flame sigil right now, I don't think. Oh wait, no, I do. Um, all right, so if you look at this one, and I got this idea from Sinister Stromboli because like, why the hell is one thing like this and the other like that? So let me pull that up again. I scrolled past? Okay, now I find it. So I was like, why does this look like this? Because I mean, I didn't look at it like super closely, and I was wondering why Fia's looked like that. Like I thought it was like the same thing or just like cut in two or whatever, like duplicated. But he had the good idea that like this is a full circle, like it kind of fixes itself. Whereas the Destined Death curse mark, do I have this? Do I have the singular one open right here? Oh, hmm. That's the full one. I don't see the just the one on its own right here, real quick. It just kind of like takes too long to go through this. So I'll just pull up like the Godwin picture. So that's kind of like what happens to it. Like it gets broken and it's stretched out. Like it doesn't become like a full circle. So I think that kind of relates to what happens with the destined death of what I would say would be like Fia's death mark. So this should have been the destined death symbol before like it got broken in half, I guess, which doesn't make much sense because if destined death comes from like the Glowmite Queen, why isn't this like the sigil of the Black Flame? Why is the Black Flame sigil different? It's not that important, I guess. It just annoys me versus like this one. So Sinister Stromboli is like, oh, this is a full circle. The other ones are half circles, so they're not like a full death cycle. So the question is like, is this body and is this mind? So yeah, I realize I rambled there. Hopefully, if you guys have more specific questions, let me know. There's actually a pretty good post on Reddit about that exact thing today. How Radagon may have actually been on Ranni's side. He idolized Godfrey for his strength and prowess in battle, but not much indicating that he actually cares for the Golden Order, especially since he's firmly a sorcerer using gravity magic and learning it from childhood. So yeah, he definitely idolized Godfrey, which would have predated the Golden Order. He is Radagon's son, but yeah, I guess there isn't much with the Golden Order and him directly. He doesn't necessarily seem opposed to it either, unless you want to interpret like his conflict with Melina being related to that. Or not Melina, Melania. It's weird that the curse mark is described as being meant to form a full circle. So the only picture is the mending rune, you think? No, you pick up half of one when you pick it up from Ronnie directly. I just can't like... I didn't see it like next to the other one in the icon file. And it's just kind of always a pain in the ass to go through this because there's only like a bunch of numbers rather than names. Which I meant to like label it. It's just going to take a long time to do, and I don't want to do that. All right, whatever. The first design of this rune is very similar to the Eclipse. I don't know if you have a visual. So yeah, and as I was saying like earlier, this might be meant to invoke the Eclipse. We're told in the Eclipse Crest Great Shield that the Eclipse is thought to allay destined death or like push it away. I don't remember the English word. Um, it pushes away destined death, so it like doesn't kill the wandering mausoleum soldiers, which is kind of crazy to me. So I was wondering like if the moon stops body or sorry if it like stops soul deconstruction because like the bodies like the bodies are gone but the souls like still wander around, I guess, but the demigods are soulless, so I would need to protect souls. Maybe it protects bodies. I don't know. That's what I need to figure out still. And then with that being said, like this kind of ties into the imagery of the night in terms of like if the sun is destined death, that would kind of make sense just because like at night things come alive. Like that's when the demi-humans lose their minds. It's like when all the crucified dudes start screaming. It might also be tied to when Ronnie is active because she only seems to be active at night. Maybe she sleeps during the day. I'm not fully sold on that, but that's just kind of an idea I had yesterday. Deathbite related to things to Farum Azula. In games, we always get stuff about how it's floating in time immemorial, but it has Deathbite pustules. Yeah, so that'll be like the next thing that I was going to talk about. Like these two die, and then like Marika is driven to the brink. We get the shattering, and so one thing that I do have in question to follow that is we have like all the like stuff following the shattering, like the first events of Landell and the second one to follow that. But I don't know if Farum Azula was still on the ground at this point after the shattering, and if it got hit by a meteor later, or if it was always in the sky, like over Stormvale. So there's arguments to believe both, because if Deathblight springs up in Farum Azula, it should have happened through the roots of the Erd Tree. There's possibilities that the Erd Tree is metaphysically connected to Farum Azula because there is a like the small golden illusory tree where like by the all the actually they're like right by these dudes. Yeah, so like right over here we have one of the little Erd Tree saplings. So it could be metaphysically connected. I kind of doubt that. So at one point they're probably physically connected because we have like Deathblight in a bunch of places in Farum Azula. So if Deathblight had to go through the ground, then Farum Azula was on the ground. One idea that I don't remember who came up with it, so I apologize for that, is that since Malekith has been consuming Deathroot, the Deathroot might have been like leaving from his body and just gradually infecting Farum Azula. I think that's a cool idea. I don't know how believable it is, but I don't know. I like it. V-Limit says, you think it's cool that Morgott doesn't mention Radon among the traitors to the throne? He doesn't? I thought he did. I should have footage of that. You guys might be able to hear this. Oh, I need to... We could like look that up real quick. So this might work. So this is my like 1.0 playthrough. I guess like the cutscene was different. Let me know if you guys can hear it. It might be low though. Okay. Rip. All right, so no, Radon is definitely in that list. I was gonna be like, oh man, that's cool if he's not a traitor, but no, he a damn dirty dog. The funny thing is, his chair is the exact same size as everyone else's, though. It's all good, V limit. I don't mind that kind of thing. I just like to check. Okay, yeah, it's incredibly low. Okay, it's all good, just enough. Like there's the subtitles. All right. So, do I think Master Hugh may have unknowingly forged the Black Knives? That's a good question. I haven't even considered that. His remark about Marika's terror always intrigued you. So, I do think it's possible that he might have been like connected to that in some way, but I just didn't put the two and two together. So, I think there's a really good possibility it would either be Master Hugh or EG if we believe that like the Karians had a role to do with it, but it could have also just been part of Nox technology, and that might also tie the like give the Nox a stronger tie to Destined Death, because even though we know Ronnie imbued Destined Death, which is ironically like this like dark line that goes along the blade, like you can see this on the Blasphemous Claw as well, and also like the Death Birds, if you like look at their backs, I think is kind of representative of this. Just the shape of their blades is kind of reminiscent of a centipede. So yeah, I don't know who made the blades, but that's kind of an interesting thought. Because the eclipse didn't happen, the demigods remained soulless, so I assume that if the eclipse happened, their souls would return. So one idea that I've wondered about that is the concept of rebirth in Elden Ring is multi-layered, they're multifaceted in terms of you yourself might be reborn into like a new being, but in the case of like Irina and Hayata, your body might also become a vessel for somebody else's birth or rebirth, it seems. So I don't know if the eclipse blocking the sun allows their like their soul to get freed to go into another vessel, or if it just like the eclipse is supposed to represent a full sun being emptied as a vessel for something else to go into it, or something along those lines, I guess. Okay, in the 1.0 cutscene, Morgoth's sword has flames when he reveals it. Okay. Does the player grow in the Elden Lord ending? No, I think you just get a small chair. What if the Black Knives are offshoots of Marika spawned by the Greater Will and her feelings about her unwanted demigods? She shattered the ring so that can never happen again. um, I don't know, because like these dudes are all like faceless. It's really hard to make anything out of them other than them like potentially being related to Newman. And with Marika allegedly being a Newman, there is that kind of a ambiguity which just kind of like makes the mind go wild, I think. So yeah. Once Godwin and Ronnie die, Mary gets pushed to the brink. We get the shattering. And so, as I was saying with like the death root in Farum Azula, the ruin's greatsword says the ruin it came from crumbled when struck by a meteorite. As such, this weapon harbors its destructive power. So this kind of establishes that when things get hit by meteorites, they might gain like gravitational powers, and it just kind of works together with I forgot my train of thought. Okay. Oh yeah, with what we see with the star after Radagon's fight falling into like the Nokron entrance, like all of the rocks around there start floating in the sky as well. So there is reason to believe that like if the reason Farum Azula is floating in the sky, it might have happened due to being struck by a meteor. As I mentioned way earlier in the stream, we don't know if that meteor was the Elden Ring's meteor or something else entirely, or if it was already in the sky when it got hit. So if it was always in the sky, it does make the death thing seem a little bit more confusing. It might be explainable by Malekith, but your mileage may vary. The other reason to believe that Farum Azula could have been on the ground is there are ancient draconic sentinels, or at least the one right in front of Malekith. So there's the question of how it arrived there. But to be fair, we also don't know how the hell Alexander arrived there. We don't know how Bernal arrived there. There does seem to be like a multi-world aspect of Elden Ring where it's just kind of like a multiverse that just gets layered onto itself, I guess. So there could be multiple explanations as to why they would be there. And the same thing goes for the Crucible Knights. One thing that I do wish the game showed would be if the Crucible Knights in Farum Azula would attack the Banished Knights. There is one set of Crucible Knights way down in the bottom portion that will fight the 3 Beastmen there. And that's it, which is kind of funny and does call into question whether or not Godfrey did have close ties to Farum Azula or if he did end up like fighting them. So, yeah. Aside from that, there's reason to believe that Farum Azula was hit later on in the timeline in the sky, or like it started falling apart in the sky later on, just because like all of the highways in Liurnia, Limgrave, and the Weeping Peninsula are covered in the rubble of Farum Azula, and the architecture there does line up exactly that it is like Farum Azula architecture that's like on the ground that I didn't get to show off. Okay. And so after Farum Azula, or well, no, we don't even know. That's why I have it like in purple. We don't know with Farum Azula, purple and pink for like red lights. We would start to get into like the first defense and second defense of Leyndell territory, like Leyndell's counterattack against Rykard. But yeah. After that, it's all fairly straightforward, I think, for the most part. We do go into the questions of like why the demigods fought each other in what order, but I don't think there's too much like super important lore to gain from that, at least within the context of this, like the stuff that like interests me right now. But it definitely might interest others. But I will probably keep this MIRO board public. I can't allow people to comment in it, unfortunately. So I might continue to work on it and build on it and just kind of like leave it up for people to reference if they want. And if you guys want to get mad about it, you can like talk to me in the comments if you're watching this after the fact, or just everybody in chat right now. Radon manages on a normal sized horse, so you assume it's the same with the chairs. He just makes him like strong with gravity magic. We see Crucible symbols in Farum Azula, and the Elden Beast preceded the Crucible, so the ring is likely older. Weapons made from gravity meteor usually have intelligence. Golden Star seems to be related to faith, so there is the possibility that it's not the same. Yeah, that's true. The golems have ropes attached to their backs in the loading screen pick, and the more damage while riding talisman is on a corpse sitting on a dead golem's back. I wonder if people used to control and ride them. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I'll need to look into that. Methoda says, you always assume the ancient Dragon Lord was related to the True Storm and had the Storm Lord in Limgrave in some way. That's possible, but I think most of the stuff with the Banished Knights points more towards the dragons. And in my last video, I do point out like that Placidusax literally turns into a storm cloud during his fight. So it'd be kind of fitting that the dragon that turns into Dragon Lord that turns into a storm is the Storm Lord as well. But who knows? Rhapsody says, are there any explanations for the 2 round table holds that confused you when you finally reached the Erd Tree? So, I don't know if I would say like it's a satisfactory explanation, but I think one way to explain it could be that like the round table hold that the player, the Tarnished, goes into could be like a spiritual round table hold, whereas like the one we visit in Langdell is like a physical one. Because to even get to the round table hold, we need Melina, the bodiless lady's guidance to get there, and we just kind of teleport there directly. I mean, that isn't to say like it isn't physical, because like we can teleport with guidance of graces to other locations, but I don't know. That would just be my best guess as to like why the 2 are different, because they also burn. Sorry, the one in Melina's roundtable hold will burn with the Erd Tree, but the real one does not. So I think there's a possibility that Melina is linked to the Erd Tree, and once she burns herself and whatnot, the Erd Tree starts burning, and since we're in her roundtable hold thing, it also starts burning. But again, that is just all heavy speculation on my part. Oh yeah, and Mathota says it could be the memory of the roundtable holds sewn into the Erd Tree, perhaps. Alright, everybody. I think that's pretty much it for now. If there's any like final questions or comments, let me know. And if not, I'll probably just end it here for the night. It's been quite a long stream for me. I hope you have all enjoyed yourself. And I just realized I don't think I actually have a closing stream overlay set up. So yeah, let me go ahead and link this again into the chat for you guys if you wanted to look at it directly. I didn't pin that. I just pinned the Discord because I'm smart. So, and I didn't also include this in the video description, but way at the very beginning of the chat, I did link this if you guys wanted to take closer looks at anything yourself. So, Crunchy says the description tutorial thing says that roundtable hold is located outside this world. Okay. That makes sense. Who keeps fixing all the broken furniture? That is the biggest mystery indeed. Alright, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves, and take care. Have a good night, morning, and day wherever you are. And remember, fear the old lore.